Hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. We're just waiting for some economic data that's about to hit the tape as we speak. The Nasdaq is selling off just a touch here under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market on the back of semiconductors, Intel, obviously had the Taiwan earthquake that happened. So a little bit of pressure on equities at the moment. So we're just seeing how things progress here. We do have a jam-packed day full of economic data. Jam-packed day full of economic data. We're getting that initial jobless claims as we speak at the moment. Let's see if I can pull that data up. And then we also have a whole host of FOMC speakers today, including Jerome Powell. So Jerome Powell is set to speak at 12:10 after Fed member Goolsbee. You also have crude oil inventories, which is going to be insane because look what crude is doing now, trading at 85.37. You've had a massive extension move in crude oil. Inflation for the next 2 months is likely remaining sticky. All right, ADP non-farm payrolls came in at 184 versus consensus at 148. So overall, you can see the Qs have solar. What's interesting is the Qs actually opened up all the way down here in the pre-market. Now go figure, right? We tapped all the way this morning at 4 a.m., 435. So there's a chance we can actually flush and retest that area, which would imply roughly another 1% down move. So, I mean, a little bit of a lotto play, I think, looking at 435 0DT puts on the Qs. Again, size for loss. But the fact that we were already down there and they just, in basically, one candle back up, that's one 1 minute candle, right from the open, just gobbled right back up. So I still think that there's going to be pressure on the overall market with yields right now up across all of the short end and the long term of the curve. You have the VIX also green today. You have oil green. You have nat gas green. I mean, there's major headwinds for this market. Absolutely major headwinds for this market today. Nat gas up another 1.93%. Good to see. Obviously, Intel's falling here, gapping down. Gold is taking a breather. Silver strong today. UVIX is up 2.5%. Dollar's flat. Russell's now negative. SPY's negative, and the Qs are negative. QQQ leading the charge to the downside. You do have strength in Apple at the moment, so Apple's holding some minor gains. Just going to do some pre-market scans as I look through some chart setups. Again, I think that there's likely going to be downward pressure on the market all the way to Powell. Remember, Powell came in quite dovish last go around, which actually caused the markets to rally. Chris is saying VIX is holding gap up. Yep, as of now it is. Bart's wanting to look at NVDA. Riley calls. If we look at Riley calls here, if you want to tell us what strike, what time frame you like the Riley calls. I was actually looking at this last night. Interesting you bring it up. Not a common ticker that people trade, but I was looking at this last night, and this is actually one that has an extremely high short interest. I was looking at it myself. And what's interesting is, it's underperformed drastically compared to most of the regional banking stocks. $25 calls, April 19th. Okay. Let's see, what would that kind of give us right now? I'm just going to do a quick math. Geez, all of our banks are frauds. Would not shock me. So right now, April 19th, $25 calls are roughly sitting at between 85 cents to $1. Maybe a little bit higher with it being up in the market. Yeah, and I did have myself on mute, but one thing that really concerns me about this market is I don't think the market is pricing in this oil run. Comparing those year-over-year numbers on the inflationary front, again, if you look at how the CPI works, it always takes into account those year-over-year data. If we look at the next data set that's coming up for CPI, it's going to be taking into account the month of March's data. So if we look at where oil started in the month of March, it was really here around the $78 candle. Oil then proceeded to trade pretty much till the end of March, a high of all the way up to $83. And when you look, so a range of 73 to 83, $10 point range, and most of it was upside pressure. You look at this month of March here, you started at 80, had a pretty precipitous fall for most of the month of March. Then you had a little bit of a rebound to take you back to about 75. But net, this little decline in period here in the month of March is going to show extremely low energy prices during the 2023 period. So when we compare the year-over-year numbers moving forward, this month of March to this month, the CPI is going to spike. And then April's even worse. If you look at April also had a pretty precipitous decline. And then May is also even worse. So you look at March, April, May, there could be 3 major hotter CPI prints on the energy front. And then you also throw into the fact that nat gas is starting to firm up another 1.5% today. Things can definitely start to look a little bit more grim in the markets if investors need to reprice the market due to inflationary pressures. There's certainly that scenario that could happen. So I think that the market is just severely still mispriced right now, and I think yields are starting to perk up on the long end of the curve, and that could be an issue for the entire market, especially small caps. All right, let's look back at the Qs. So again, I think that there's a lot of pressure on semiconductors this morning due to the fact that Intel is gapping down over 4%. Currently, you can see the Qs are just chopping in this channel. We can still use this channel as support and resistance. And keeping in mind that we did hit a low of 435 in the pre-market. So I think we have a really wise channel trading. And can remember that upsloping wedge pattern, that trend line, we are trading below it at the moment. I think if we mark this little low pivot here, you can see the Qs are trading all the way down to 439. 439. Hey, Michael, good morning. Thank you, Crimpton, for the information, but they're releasing their audit. Perfect. Would you take profits on stocks or hold? Oh, I'm going to hold still. I'm going to hold. I'm not taking profits yet. And again, one of the reasons why is we're still battling this little bit of a intraday head and shoulders pattern on semis. And remember, as long as we stay below the neckline, the downside target of this is basically to 207. 207 downside on these socks. So that would anticipate still quite a decent down move that is likely to occur. Another 7.5% down on the socks. That would be about 21%, 22% respectively. Michael's saying it's all on Apple and Tesla if they can't hold to a whole lot of free fall, barring gold, silver, DX. Yeah, you know, Tesla's gapping down already. Apple obviously has triggered the head and shoulders, waiting for confirmation. Meta is strong in the pre-market. Amazon, Google, NVDA, Tesla, Microsoft all down. Apple showing slight positivity, up by about 6 cents. So I still think that it's going to be a struggle around this area for Apple. I do anticipate that Apple's probably going to try to hold this neckline for a little bit longer. I think that its market makers are notorious for roping people in too quickly. I still think that Apple's probably going to push for this gap about 170. Obviously, it's going to have to require a strong market to hold that up. But I do anticipate Apple eventually to break. But as of now, I just think we're going to still just chop in this lower boundary range and then make a little bit of a bigger move lower. I think NVIDIA could be bought for a bounce in around this 870 zone. Right now, we'll just keep the Qs on. Qs are trading at 439.47, down slightly. Again, guys, keep in mind the Qs did hit this pre-market low around 435. So with that type of a candle down in the futures and opening, and you just get bought up in 1 minute, there's always a chance we can retest that zone. Always a chance. Might look at some lotto plays, 435 if we get a bear pattern. Crimson saying Crimtonic saying the audit is being released by April 28th. I believe so, actually. Looking for dated calls after that. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Appreciate that information, guys. I do appreciate that information. And that's the beautiful thing about this room, right? We all have only two eyes. We can only analyze and look at so much data at once. So anyone that has anything worth sharing, please put it in the chat. I'll cover it if it's meaningful, if I think it's meaningful. Most of you bring a lot of good, juicy details. So I do appreciate that. All right, I'm just getting set up here. I'm just going to fill my water bottle, guys. Just be right back. All right, guys, so it was a great day for us yesterday. Let's try to build on top of that momentum and see if we can continue to print some profits here in the live day trade room. Overall, nat gas is pumping here to the high side, up 2.34%. Good to see. Anonymous is asking, are you asking about that pre-market dump level? Is that what you're asking about, Anonymous? I know the volume is fairly light, but we're talking about a pretty decent sized down move in the Qs. You can see there was some volume here. That's roughly a down move of 1.26% in the futures. I don't know. It's still a pre-market data point. I still like to pay attention to it. It's still technically the pre-market low. So I like to always have marked on my charts pre-market high, pre-market low, because that's kind of your range that you could actually trade in. Yeah, it is algos, but maybe the algos are telling us a little something. Perhaps it's nothing, but it's still something that I always follow. Pre-market high, pre-market low. I mark it on pretty much any stock I'm trading that day. I have it on my charts, pre-market high and pre-market low. It's a very important metric to understand. Very important. Seeing a little bit of strength in MicroStrategy today. Still seeing Bitcoin pull in from the highs, but trying to hold positive gains at the moment. Regionals went negative, so KRE is looking a little bit weaker again. So the private payrolls increased by 184,000 in March. So it was a better than expected number. You have seen a little bit of a reaction to the upside in the yields. 10-year yield positive, 30-year, 20-year all positive, and they are outperforming the short end of the curve. So that's sort of interesting to note and to see. Bitcoin up 0.6% at the moment. Oil's up. In terms of headwinds, tailwinds today, yields are up. That's a headwind for the market. VIX is up. That's a big headwind for the market. Dollars down. That's a tailwind. Oil, nat gas up. That's a headwind. And it's going to be a big print today for oil. It's going to be a really, really big print for oil today. Those inventory numbers, I mean, if it comes in, if the demand shows a higher increase, I mean, yikes, we better look out. We better look out. Right now, I'm just going through some charts. Semiconductors are under pressure. SMCI down 3.7. NVDA down 1. Tesla down 1.3. AVGO down 1.69. Sorry. Amazon, Google, Meta up 0.33. Google negative by 0.27. Amazon slightly down. Micron down 0.5%. Again, your pre-market high is sitting all the way up here. So it's a big $5 point range, $5, just over $5.80 range. Pretty big range for the Qs. Really big range. Again, be mindful, we have a ton of data. We have 9:45 data, we have 10 a.m. data, we have 12:10 PAL. So lots of market moving events today, guys. Just I would actually caution lightening up your share size today. Just because, when it comes to oil inventories, when it comes to Fed speakers, when it comes to ISM data, manufacturing data, there's a lot that could move markets in ways that we're not really expecting. Yeah, Anonymous, that was offloaded yesterday. 441 calls were offloaded yesterday. Those were 0 DTEs. WHR. Let's look at WHR. Yep, trying to get above that EMA 113. Good morning there. So you can see Whirlpool, that's simply the trend line that you got rejected at. Just a nice little pivot. I still think that Whirlpool is probably in a formation trying to break out of this. I could see it doing a small pullback and then potentially making another attempt at running through this area. We'll keep that on watch. Another chart I like is CPK. This company is putting in a nice daily chart bull flag, guys. Look at this tight consolidation. I do like CPK. Very, very undervalued utility in my opinion. Potentially forming a large inverse head and shoulders, but a nice tight bull flag. This looks primed and ready to pop. And this company actually is in the oil and gas as well. And it's severely under pressure. Big exposure to nat gas. It actually just went cash flow positive, which is a good sign fundamentally speaking. I could easily see this one over the next 4 months, 3 to 4 months, push up to about 123-ish and potentially even break out. But just this little bull flag pattern here puts you up to about 123.50. And that's a nice structured bull flag. That is heavy consolidation, pretty tight range, right on that EMA 113. Chart's looking poised to pop above the 50-day. You're trying to get above that 200-day. So this is a name that I'm watching for calls. All right, guys, we have about 22 minutes till the open. 22 minutes till the open. I'm seeing MSOS up a little bit, up about 0.5% in the pre-market, but canopy growth is down. Seeing weakness in regionals, weakness in Abercrombie and Fitch, strength in energy stocks again, a little bit of weakness in China stocks today. But primarily, the main weakness is coming on the back of semiconductors. SOX ETF down 1%. Tesla down 1.4, SMCI getting wrecked today. Let's take a look at SMCI. I think the fact that SMCI is potentially trying to break this pivot low, not really much support in here until you get down to this 900 zone. So that is quite fascinating. Not much support until you get in that 900 zone. You can see SMCI also potential head and shoulders that has actually triggered. So we have a potential shot of riding some puts down or shorts on this name. But this is looking a little bit bearish at the moment. It takes you right into that 900 zone. Shub saying he thinks SMCI still going way higher, 1500. It's huge for NVIDIA with cooling technology. Thank you. Yeah, you know, about a 12% correction is nothing really in the grand scheme of things for this stock. 12% correction can happen in one day. But just reading the charts, I do think that, again, it fits that you're going through a little bit of distribution, cooling off the semiconductor space, allows for other sectors to see capital rotation, allows for those overbought names indicators to reset. For potentially another leg higher. You have nat gas continuing to push higher. And again, this type of shoulder formation on the Q hourly chart could also be a little right shoulder forming. You could argue you have your left shoulder here, you have your head. This could be a right shoulder. So I mean, if we break this low pivot here, your next support is all the way down to 433, 432 zone, these previous pivots. And then you're into this massive gap zone. I mean, this gap is huge on the chart. It's a massive gap on the chart. Won't hit today, but just be mindful that we are seeing a little bit of distribution in this market. Stocks are going lower here. NVIDIA dropping, SMCI dropping, Tesla dropping, semis dropping some more. I think that you could still see, with the strength in nat gas today, up 2.65%. I think you can see stocks like LNG, CPK, EQT, AR all push higher. Look at AR, up another day again. It's just been a monster. Monster, 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 going for this gap fill. You look at EQT, that's another one that is about to get going in the nat gas space. You know, potentially a inverse head and shoulders trigger up nicely, even though the market is weak. Let's look at LNG. This one I was almost interested in buying yesterday because it did check back to the support zone on heavy volume over the last 3 days. And you are on watch for this inverse head and shoulders pattern, just simply trigger a technical check back to the neckline. Thanks, Shub. Look at this nice continuation move on nat gas. Pretty astonishing. 4-hour chart still looking strong. Hourly chart, nice consolidation, breakout. Nice consolidation, breakout. So, I mean, I really only see your resistance sitting at this pivot at the moment, which is around 206 on the charts. So that's probably your next resistance point. Nat gas could hit that today. Nat gas could hit that today, guys. I do have some long levels on the Qs, guys, but it's kind of a little bit lower actually. There is some support on the Qs around 439. There is some support there. You have the 2-hour EMA 113 sitting there. You have a Fibonacci level 382 fib level sitting at 438.74. So keep an eye on those levels. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling. Same thing with semis. All right, guys, we are seeing the Qs actually go lower here. So we're about 9 minutes till the open. Again, it's a tough one to short this off the open with a gap down of this magnitude. But it's not really at the long level, in my opinion. Bitcoin's actually coming in just a touch now. So the SPY's daily chart 20 moving average is sitting at 515.89. There's a chance we can actually hit that today. So I'd suggest keeping an eye on that moving average, 515.89 for the SPY. There's a shot that we could actually hit that today. The Qs are actually trading below their 20-day moving average, so next support is really going to be your 434.70 for the bigger swing tradable bounce. Anonymous asking how long I've been doing this for? 11 years. There's the Qs at 439. Qs are at 439 as we speak. And we're actually just continuing to bleed lower here, guys. Excuse me. That's okay, Anonymous. That's okay. You can't, there's the old Wall Street adage, you can't kiss all the girls. There will be other runs. There'll be other hype sectors. No, just be patient. Patient. The stock market's not going anywhere. Qs are still falling here, guys. Qs are still falling at the moment. Yields, 10-year yield now up 1.47. So ripping here. Yields are absolutely ripping, guys. So this is why indices, again, I've been touching base with my members on how bullish we've been on yields. I've been pounding the table, sounding like a broken record day after day after day. And look at that breakout. Again, another breakout. So 10-year yield pushing, likely going to hit 4.7, maybe even double top. We'll see. Once yields start a new uptrend, they get going pretty sharply. I'm still holding a long on TNX at this 391 zone with my members. You can see that that one's trying to press through this resistance point, this key volume gap. So, I mean, yields are just looking spicy at the moment. So spicy. So Qs will be gapping down here, guys. Qs will be gapping down. We have 3 minutes till the open. Good morning, Ram. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. So at the moment, the markets will be gapping down. Energy is strong today. Bitcoin's faded. You have weakness in semis, weakness in Tesla. You have the SOXX down 1.19%. NVIDIA down 1. Qs are down 0.5% already. Russell's down 0.6. VIX is up 2.72%. Look for UVIX calls with yields this sharply. Again, we have oil inventories later. We have Powell later. So there's a whole host of market moving data points that should be setting up for a crazy volatility day. Just 1 second, guys. All right, guys, markets are set to open here. Big push up in the Qs there. Really big push in the Qs. Seeing the indices bounce here a little bit. We are seeing the indices bounce just a touch. Qs are still under pressure, but trying to bounce at the moment. Qs are still under pressure. Guys, I do like Palo Alto. It's hitting its daily 200 moving average. I like 272.50 calls on Palo Alto. Not in yet. I'll let you know if I take the trade on PANW. Still seeing weakness in the Qs. Semis are trying to bounce here ever so slightly. Nat gas still trying to firm up. Qs are trying to bounce still. S&P trying to bounce. Right, guys, I just took 272.50 calls on Palo Alto PANW. April 5th expiry. You can see the Qs are bouncing. A lot of sell side pressure in this name. Cat trying to make new highs. I'm not in any puts right now. Now gas is trying to fade just a touch here. Come on, PANW. Let's see if we can get your butt up to 272.50. All right, there's 272.50 calls on PANW, guys. 272.50s are in the money. I'm still holding. I think we could actually push for gap. Come on. Keep pushing. Lululemon's trying to catch a nice bid. GE's doing well. Freeport McMoran. Qs are still trying to bounce here. S&P is trying to bounce. Qs are still looking stronger here. Trying to go green. Apple is weak. NVDA is firming up here. Still down a little bit on the session. Amazon went green. RILY up 5%. I know one of the viewers mentioned that earlier, so that's up nicely. Pan W still trying to bounce. Again, those 272.50s are in the money. NVIDIA, you can see NVIDIA is ripping. All right, guys, I'm all out of Palo Alto. 272.50 calls. I am all out of Pan W. Nice little win. Let's look at the SRX. Qs are still trying to bounce here and press higher. I just took a 439 0DT put on the Qs, high risk trade, size it for loss. 439 put on the Qs. It is moving up against us at the moment. Nat gas still trying to hold steady. Again, 439 put on the Qs. That's what I'm writing right now. 0 DTE. I got filled at 83 cents a con. Cons are up to 91 cents at the moment. Come on. Dixie's fading. Yield's still strong. VIX still strong at the moment. NVIDIA, Microsoft negative. AMD's positive. SMCI hit. Apple slightly green on the session. Seeing Google seeing some sell side pressure. Qs are trying to push up. SPY negative, Q negative, Russell negative. All indices are still negative, but they are trying to firm up across the board. You have 438 call since yesterday. Still seeing a lot of weakness in some names here. Qs are trying to hold steady at the moment. Look at the 1 minute chart of the Qs. You can see the semis firmed up quite nicely. Qs are still trying to push, guys. Qs are still trying to push. Gap down is being bought at the moment. Let's see if it'll last. Small fade on nat gas. Amazon's still holding up. Meta's ripping. Apple trying to stay green on the session. Yields are still very, very strong on the session, guys. Yields are still very, very strong. Oil, nat gas still holding positive gains. Qs are trying to push a little bit as we speak. Dixie's softening a little bit. So the Dixie's softening. NVIDIA is trying to curl back up. Amazon's taking a breather. Meta's still strong. Tesla's still weak at the moment, but trying to bounce. There goes the Qs, guys. Cons are up to 91 cents. Cons are up to 91 cents. All right, guys, I'm all out of the QQQ 0DT put. Sold at 90 cents a con. Nice little profit there on the 439. Qs are still coming down a touch, just a touch. Tesla's coming in. Bitcoin's starting to fall. NVDA's starting to fall again. Qs are still coming in. Amazon's still weakening. Shub says you signed up for my service. Thanks, Shub. Did you visit the Trading Capital website or did you visit the YouTube stream? Because there's two different ones that you need to be paying attention to. The tradingcapital.ca website is the much better service. I highly encourage checking out that. Qs are trying to push. Guys, I'm trying to bottom pick Tesla here. 165 call, April 5th expiry. 165 call. This is a high risk trade. 165 call expiring end of the week. Come on, Tesla, push up. Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. Nat gas is weakened a little bit. Oil still remaining strong. Still a lot of weakness in the entire market. MSOS Canopy Growth is up another 4% today. So that's continuing to see a bid. Marijuana stocks. Crypto stocks have turned red. I'm already out of that pan dub. It was just an April 5th expiry. It was an April 5th expiry. We took a little bit of profits. That was just a quick day trade scalp. Yeah, so I run an alert service there, Shub. All the details are on tradingcapital.ca. I do daily analysis videos. I give my members my insights every single market session. You'll get my direct live trading alerts. So there's a whole host of benefits, track insider buying and selling, but mainly you're just getting all my direct live trading alerts, swing trading and day trades, pre-market plans, daily analysis videos. Meta's really strong today, guys. Meta's really, really strong. Tesla's still weak. You are seeing the Qs coming down again. Tesla's still struggling here, guys. Tesla is still struggling. Tesla is hitting some support here, guys. Tesla is hitting some support. I just bought another contract there on Tesla. 165 call. Just bought another con. I think that we could run up into the Fed meeting. Again, we do have a lot of data coming up. Yields are still strong on the time frame here, so it's still applying a lot of pressure to the market. The Russell still negative, SPY negative, Qs are negative, so everything's still negative across the board. Tesla's still struggling here. NVIDIA is trying to catch a bid. Nat gas slightly faded off of the highs. Nat gas is slightly faded. You still have strength in oil. NVIDIA's firming up. Amazon's curling down. Apple's trying to hold this neckline zone. Tesla's still really, really struggling, though, in the grand scheme of things. Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. Still seeing Tesla weak. Microsoft trying to firm up. Guys, high risk trade 440 call on the Qs, 0 DTE, 440 call on the Qs. This is high risk. High risk 440 call on the Qs, 0 DTE. Still no bid in Tesla. MSOS trying to turn green at the moment. Tesla's now firming up. Dollar's falling. Stocks will go down big today. We'll see. We will see. SPY Qs, Russell still all negative, VIX positive, gold negative, silver strong. Yields are still strong. Bitcoin, MicroStrategy still holding positive gains. Nat gas up 1.6. Tesla's still weak, but trying to firm up off of the lows here. Qs are still trying to push for that 440 strike zone. See if we can get a little bit of a bid. Tesla trying to firm up now. All right, guys, so those QQQ calls are starting to print. Tesla's also trying to firm up. See if we can get in the money. My average is sitting at 90 cents a con, and those QQQ calls are at $1.08. Come on. 440's in the money there, guys. 440's are in the money. Just exited there for a nice little profit. Sold the 440 calls, guys. Still holding Tesla 165s, but that's not really cooperating at the moment. Not really cooperating at the moment. Nope, it is not. Geez, Tesla just can't get out of its own way. Tesla's into this gap fill zone, this previous little support zone, but it is still trying to go lower on us. There's a fall. I just added another contract to my Tesla 165 call there. My average is sitting at 270. 270 for the 165 calls. Intel, big gap to fill. Let's look at Intel. Yeah, it's weak, right? Intel's weak with the semis, so just be careful about that name. Big bounce there on Tesla. Let's see if it can firm up at all. Gas taking a little bit of a breather. You still have Palo Alto sitting on that daily 200 MA. Ram is asking for AMD analysis for the rest of the day. Guys, I just took a 440 call again on the Qs, 0 DTE, high risk trade, 440 call, 0 DTE. Got filled at 90 cents. 90 cents. We are coming lower. Starter position again. Tesla trying to firm up. Nice little bounce on Tesla. 165s are firming up nicely here, guys. 165s are firming up nicely. Come on, Tesla. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Microsoft's still holding steady. It's trying to firm up. MSOS slightly negative. Tesla's ripping here, guys. Cons are now printing. We're also in the money on those QQQ. Look at that ramp up in the Qs, guys. I'm all out of those 440 calls. Boom. What a trade, guys. What a nice trade. Look at that. Tesla 165's in the money. Wow. What a rip, guys. What a rip. Still holding Tesla, guys. I'm still holding Tesla. All right, I just took profits on those 165s, guys. I took profits on the 165s Tesla. Nice little trade there. Another little win. Qs are absolutely monstering up to the high side here. What a rip. What a rip. Look at that monster. Whoa. Yep. What a rip. And we caught those 440s, guys. Nice job. We caught Tesla 160s. But that's a monster surge. That is a monster surge, guys. Dollar just collapsed. The dollar just collapsed precipitously. Yields weakened quite substantially there. Markets are still trying to rip. All right, guys, I took a 441 put on the Qs. 441 put on the Qs. This is a high-risk trade because we are starting to squeeze here. Could even potentially try to squeeze higher here. Wow. So 441 put on the Qs. But that's a high-risk trade because we are pushing. Tesla absolutely flew there. What a monster. They are still ripping this market higher. Qs are now positive, S&P positive, Russell positive. So all indices are now green. Just added to my QQQ 441 put. Average sitting at 90 cents a con. Let's see if we get any sort of reprieve now. That was a huge dump there. That was a huge dump. Qs are still trying to manage some gains here. They are still trying to push higher. Apple's ripping, Microsoft, Meta ripping. Everything's ripping across the board right now. Look at the 10-minute chart of the Qs, coming up into some resistance, but still trying to press higher here. Monster move in the Qs, guys. Monster move. PMI data slightly below. Yep, that's why we went into calls there. We had calls in Tesla. We had calls in the Qs. Banked nicely. Now we're back on the put side, guys. 441 puts. Cons are sitting at 90 cents, down about 4 cents a con at the moment. Dollar had that big catastrophic fall, and now we're trying to see it firm up. Nat gas is getting faded, unfortunately, only up 0.62% at the moment. Qs are still pressing here. Whoa, going for 442. Holy, look at the monster move. That's a stick and a half in the Qs. That is a stick and a half in the Qs, guys. All right, guys, I just added to my 441s there. Down on the trade a little bit at the moment. What a monster push. What a monster push. Anyone still holding the Qs? Anyone still holding Pan W? Anyone still holding Tesla? You're in the driver's seat at the moment. Dollar's trying to firm up. Yields are bouncing again, guys. Yields are bouncing. My average on the 441 put is sitting at 83 cents a con, down right now quite substantially. But we should see some little bit of a pullback in the near term. So still no selling in sight. Still seeing the yields trying to firm up, 442s or 442 now on the Qs. Now the big question is, can the markets hold these gains? My average is sitting at 81 cents now in the 441s, 81 cents, concentrating around 75 cents, down about 6 cents right now. Let's see if we can get any sort of a pullback in the Qs now with that big ramp up and rally. You are hitting some hourly chart resistance, but markets are still acting well and trying to push. VIX is still green on the session. Yields are still green, but they did soften. MSOS lagging. It is lagging. It is lagging quite. I did notice that myself. Again, guys, this little ramp up on data could be just a one-off. Could be just a one-off. Now the big thing is if the Qs give up this gains, that's not a healthy sign for the market. Nat gas trying to catch a little bit of a bid. All right, guys, we're now break even on those cons. Let's see, we're break even on those contracts. I'm still holding. Let's see if 441s will get us in the money at all. Nice little decline coming in, guys. Nice decline. Keep falling, Qs. Keep falling, guys. 441s are coming up, guys. 93 cents a con. Come on. Come on. 441s. Let's go. We're printing, guys. We're printing. Here we go. Here we go. We caught the call side. Now we're in the put side. Cons are up nicely. Let's see if they give this up. The dollar's ripping now. The dollar's starting to rip. Guys, I just trimmed a little bit there. Sold at $1 a contract. Took it from 441s that look to be going in the money here, guys. Come on. All right, guys, I'm all out of the 441s. Boom. That's a beautiful trade. Sold at 95 cents. Rode it up from 80 cents. Nice little trade on the Qs, guys. Nice little trade. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's sit back in the saddle here and see how things want to shape up. Can potentially see a little bit of a bullish accumulation pattern on Tesla. I had 80 cons there. On that trade, I had 80 cons, and I made about $805. So 4 winning trades right now. And I can post that in the whoops. Sorry, guys. I didn't even look at AMD. I apologize, Ram. Let's look at AMD. We're just trying to manage these trades. So AMD, yeah, AMD is a strong horse today. Bouncing. I mean, AMD could actually try to fill this gap. Just keep in mind, though, 12 o'clock. I think the markets can rally from here until 12, but Powell speaks at 12. So I'm actually going to look at some AMD calls here because this chart is shaping up for a continuation move higher. It is. It's looking like it wants to press higher. Yeah, MSOS kind of lagging at the moment. Some of the biggest movers in the S&P 500, GE, NRG, Western Digital, Fortinet. Some of the biggest laggers, Ulta, Intel. So I think there's a little bit of a pairs trade. We can maybe go long AMD, short SMCI. Let's look at Intel's. Intel got a bounce at all? Just looking at some stocks on my other screen here, guys. Yeah, Intel's trying to firm up now as we speak. AMD's still trying to firm up. Nat gas has really faded a little bit. Amazon's still strong. Qs are still pressing higher here. Just had 178 AMD calls. Nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't taken a trade yet in AMD. I'm just watching price action here closely. It's still a lot of digestion occurring in this market from that data set. Qs are still trying to push. So Qs are still trying to firm up here across the board. Apple, Microsoft, big push in Microsoft there. Really big push in Microsoft. Q's new high there. Q's are going for new high of day, so that's a nice little surge in the Q's. Dixie's negative. VIX still holding on to some strength. What a surge in the Q's there, guys. Look at AMD go. Look at Tesla goes. All right, guys, there's a shortable level on the Q's coming up. It's actually into this vicinity at the moment. There's these little pivot points of resistance. But we are pushing still. AMD is still ripping. Qs are still ripping. Still a monster move in the Qs, guys. Monster move in the Qs. Dixie's still softening. Yields are still firming up. All right, guys, I just took a 442 0 DTE put on the Qs. High risk trade, 442 0 DTE put on the Qs. Nice decline. I got filled at 84 cents. We're already trading at 94 cents. Let's go. And again, sorry if it's a little bit, sometimes it's difficult to chase. I know the stream is delayed by about 10 seconds, but 442s, come on. Get us in the money. Still pushing up here on the Qs. Still trying to hold this area. AMD still strong. $442s are almost in the money, guys. 442s are almost in the money. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up. Tesla's still firming up. Microsoft positive. Google seeing a little reversal. Amazon still strong. NVIDIA still looking strong at the moment. AMD still looking strong. Qs are pushing right back up. So those 442s, you can get filled at the exact same entry as I did. Since it hit a double top there. Tesla's still firming up here. AMD coming down a little bit. Amazon still looking strong. NVIDIA still consolidating bullishly. Really, the sell side pressure is coming from Google at the moment. Your buy puts at 443. Yep. Your DJT puts are printing. Nice job. So Qs are still relentlessly pushing up here to the high side. We are hitting some resistance here, but they're still pushing. It's now 10:20 and the Qs are putting in a new high of day. Let's see if the Qs want to come down at all. I am seeing some sell side pressure coming back into AMD, Tesla. Qs are still holding firm though. Still holding firm. Anyone considering a Boyle entry? Bitcoin had a stunning pop there. So Bitcoin crypto stocks popping nice. Seeing weakness in Intel. Ulta Beauty struggling here. Qs are trying to consolidate here. A little bit of intraday consolidation is occurring. Dollar's now trying to pop up, guys. The Dixie is trying to pop up a little bit, so just be mindful of that. New high on the Qs there, guys. New high on the Qs. Strength in mega cap tech is prevailing right now. You are hitting 30-minute chart resistance at the moment. Again, the Dixie is trying to firm up, guys. The Dixie is trying to firm up. So Qs are just consolidating here. Microsoft hitting some resistance. Dollar still fading, VIX still fading, Q still pressing. Yields are still strong on the session, guys. Yields are still strong on the session. Tesla's moving up higher now. Another little push there in the Qs. Qs are hitting hourly chart resistance. I just added again to my 442s. Another 5 cons there, sitting at down on the trade substantially right now, sitting at 80 cents a con average. So I am down. All right, I just added again at the high there, guys. Average is now sitting at 76 cents a con, 76 cents a con on the 442s. Also looking at a 441 lotto play. I think they had the market weak in the pre-market, then they ramped it up intraday, and then they could dump it again on PAL. We'll see. But you are hitting some 30-minute chart resistance. You're also hitting hourly chart resistance on the Qs. Let's see if it wants to press through this zone. AMD still trying to curl up here to the high side. All right, guys, I just added again there to my 442s. Kind of getting run over a little bit here on the 442s, but still okay. Still had a big extension move on the Qs. NVIDIA is still looking okay at the moment. My average on the QQQ 442s is sitting at 70 cents, so down about 10 cents a contract at the moment. Qs are still just hovering. Dixie's still weak. Got a nice big rally here. I haven't shorted NVIDIA here. Not for a day trade. So Qs are still just consolidating. Trying to press a little bit higher here as we speak. Bitcoin's still pumping a little bit. Dixie's still fading. Qs are now up 0.5% on the session. Tesla's still trying to push up. Meta's running into some sellers. Apple's still looking strong at the moment. Yields are still strong, guys say, so strong. At the moment, the Qs are just shrugging it off and trying to gun for new highs here. Big push in the Qs there. All right, guys, I did my final entry on the Qs there. Final entry on the Qs. Huge volume coming in. My average now is sitting at 66 cents a con. We're currently trading at 56, so down about 10 cents a con here. Dollar's trying to firm back up. AMD and semis are still trying to firm up here. Still seeing strength in NVDA, Tesla. Tesla's gone green, red to green reversal. Bitcoin's running into a little bit of near-term resistance. Google is being faded at the moment. Like Apple's still really, really strong, pushing. Google's coming down. Meta's seeing some sellers. Amazon's seeing a little bit of minor selling. Tesla's still ripping here. So markets are ripping into Powell right now. Again, we do have Powell coming at 12:10 actually, 12:10. Tesla's seeing a little bit of selling now. Same thing with NVIDIA. Google, Meta seeing a little bit of selling. Let's look at that SOXX. Let's look at the IWM. All right, Qs are coming down a little bit harder. 4 cents now out of the money. Actually 5 cents on the Qs. Come on. Give us a little bit of a break here. Check back at least to 442.30 here. That will help put our cons back green. Qs are still showing strength. Yeah, nat gas faded. Not nice price action for nat gas. That was a pretty big fade. You know, Qs have that gap fill sitting at around 445. I'd be shocked if they try to press the market there. But stranger things have happened. Qs are just holding in this range, still just a tight consolidation. Microsoft still holding up. NVIDIA is obviously still holding up. Dollar still faded. 10-year still up 1.1%, so it's a pretty strong move. You had that initial dump on yields and they got bought right back up. Again, indices are still holding firm at the moment. See the Qs are still gunning, putting in new highs here. I am seeing Meta coming in just a touch. Yeah, that's not a bad move, Tom. That's not a bad move. Options are crazy. Let's look at AMD again because that's been a pretty strong stock. So semis are actually positive now in the session. Microsoft is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment, so Microsoft is coming in just a touch. Okay, my 442 cons are sitting at 66 cents. 66 cents a con. Down about 7 cents right now on the Qs. We are seeing some minor selling coming into the major indices, just some minor selling, nothing crazy. Let's see if it translates in. Potential 10-minute topping tail on the Qs. Potential 10-minute topping tail. The candle closes in 2 minutes. So let's watch this price action. Oil still holding strong on the session. Again, oil not really giving up any sort of gains at the moment. All right, Qs are trying to lose 443. Let's see if we can get some more downside. NVIDIA falling a little bit here. Come on, Qs. Give it up. Bigger decline in NVIDIA. So that should help the Qs fall a little bit more. Definitely a bigger decline there. 10-minute topping tail closes in basically 1 minute. We do have a potential 10-minute topping tail forming. But notice how the market was weak in the pre-market. They probably got a lot of people piled in on the short side, and then they ramp it up on data. They get all those shorts to cover. They get people to chase longs. Now the question is, are they going to suck out all that liquidity from the long side? Again, we're we're heading into PAL, right, at 12:10. So last time he was dovish. This time is he going to be hawkish because yields have been pressing, and yields on the long end of the curve could force his hand to be a little bit more hawkish. Same thing with oil. Oil could force his hand to be a little bit more dovish. Sorry, a little bit more hawkish. Good time to short MSTR. Yeah, potentially you can top pick it here, potentially. Bitcoin is hitting some resistance here, but again, let's look at MSTR. Let's just look at the daily chart. Yeah, if you want to try, you're into this gap fill zone. Just keep a tight stop loss, maybe the high of day as your stop. You could try that for sure. Let's take a look at SLV. So silver strong today, gold flat. Silver has broken out. A little extended. Can it push higher? Probably does. It's got a little bit of catch up to do compared to what gold has done. All right, Qs are still looking to come down here, guys. Qs are still trying to come down. Come on, give it up. But Apple's really strong at the moment, so it's going to be difficult. Let's look at Apple here. So Apple kind of negating that neckline as we speak. Look at that surge in Apple, just relentless buy pressure. No real selling yet. All right, Qs are now falling a little bit sharper. Apple's finally seeing some sell side pressure. Dollar's still fading a touch. Dollar's still fading. Q, SPY, Russell's still positive. Russell's the best performing indice. S&P's lagging. Q's did put in a 10-minute topping tail, guys. I'm still riding those 442s, sitting at 66 cents a contract. Currently trading at 60 cents right now. Nat gas trying to push back up. Oil seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment. Qs are still strong. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to fall a little bit lower. Again, you did put in a 10-minute topping tail on the Qs. Dollar's going for new lows. Yields are still firm. So again, the markets are liking the fact that the dollar's continuing to fall here. Apple continuing to be strong. Same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft's still pumping. Amazon's strong right now. Tesla's strong. So consumer discretionary stocks are still trying to firm up across the board here. In terms of sector performance at the moment, guys, let's run through some of the sectors. You have majority of sectors green today. Retail struggling. Staples, real estate, and utilities are struggling. Strongest sector on the day is XLK and industrials. The majority of sectors are green. I'm still looking to trend a bit higher here. Qs are still just consolidating. Regionals are trying to firm up again. A little bit more of a decline coming into the Qs as we speak. Again, let's see if people move more defensively into PAL meeting. QQQ average 67. Yeah, mine's 66. 66. Down on the trade. Definitely down on the trade right now. We'll see if it wants to come in at all. Still really hasn't had a pullback. You are trying to put in some bullish consolidation, but Apple's pulling back here. So Apple's been one of the strong ones. NVIDIA is trying to firm up. Microsoft's still firm. Still seeing Tesla trying to push. Google's coming in. Meta's coming in just a touch. Microsoft and Apple, still the strong horses. Potential little bear flag on NVIDIA. Let's watch this closely. Dollar still at the lows. Yields have cooled off a touch. Seeing NVIDIA now seeing some sell side pressure while Apple's catching a bid. Regionals are trying to firm up across the board. Dollar still making new lows on the session. Again, the VIX turned red. Dollar turned red. Yields are still green. Semis are seeing a little bit of weakness. See if this bear flag on NVIDIA triggers. NVIDIA could be forming a little head and shoulders pattern here. We'll see. It's a very minor one, but again, on the 10-minute chart, NVIDIA's looking somewhat bullish because it did break out of its little basing range. I could see NVIDIA retesting 897 and then trying to make a bigger push up. Microsoft still strong, trying to firm up even more. Apple had a little bit of a pullback there. Google's Meta still strong. Amazon curling a little bit down at the moment. So Qs are just pinned in this range as we speak. Qs are pinned in this range. A little bit of a bigger breakdown coming in NVIDIA. Still seeing some buyers. Talk about BROG. What's BROG doing? B-R-O-G. Yeah, BROG's been halted, I guess. Is there a buyout or something? Potential buyout, maybe? Dixie's still weak. Let's look at Starbucks. Qs are trying to push up again. Yeah, Starbucks is weak, right? Had that head and shoulders breakdown. You've triggered it clear as day. I'd wait till this 618, 86.44 area to go long Starbucks. I'd personally wait. Qs are still just consolidating in this range. Does appear like they want to move higher, but they haven't done so yet. Still just stuck in a distributive range. Yeah, NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment, still holding on to positive gains. Tesla's coming in a touch. Google's coming in a touch. Meta's coming in. Qs are just still holding steady at the moment. Really no, I think what we're seeing is Microsoft holding the Qs firm at the moment. But if NVIDIA keeps falling, it should hurt the Qs. It should. But at the moment, Microsoft's just holding firm here at the highs. So NVIDIA breaking down a bit here, guys. NVIDIA is starting to break down a touch. Qs are still trying to push. It's hovering at 443, up 0.5%. SPY up 0.3, Russell up 0.7. Microsoft still trying to push. Apple seeing a little bit of sellers. Tesla still seeing some sellers. Strength coming from Amazon and Microsoft at the moment. Microsoft does want to try to go for its gap fill. Whether or not it gets there, we'll find out. Google coming in just a touch. NVDA trying to hold on. All right, now you're seeing a little bit of sell side pressure coming into Microsoft. A little bit of sell side pressure coming into Microsoft, Google. Qs are still holding, surprisingly. Not really seeing much weakness. Google's negative on the session. Microsoft still holding positive gains. SMCI is still down. And we still have the big PAL meeting at 12:10. 12:10, we have PAL. Quite extraordinary to see the Qs still holding firm. There's a big push on the Qs. Big push. Heavy volume coming in that range. Qs are still gunning higher here. Looking to go for 444 next. NVIDIA firmed up, Tesla firmed up, Google is pushing, Meta is going for a new high. QQQ on the 10-minute chart is trying to close above its little topping tail. So there we got that little topping tail briefly. It is trying to close above it. You can see we're at resistance right now. This parallel channel is big resistance for the market. Let's see if we can get above this zone. It is trying to close it. Qs are still pressing. QQQ looking to go up 1%, potentially. We are at resistance though. We are at resistance. But it's still pumping. The 7-day moving average on the Qs is sitting at 443.79. 443.79. I just took another little win with members, closed my Lulu 380 calls for a nice little profit. So Qs are almost at that 7-day moving average on the daily chart. We are just still grinding higher and higher. Microsoft big stick there. NVIDIA is still showing a little bit of weakness here. Will we see any sort of defensive movements ahead of Powell, or is it just going to be a one-way freight train to the upside? That's what I'm waiting for. Apple seeing some sellers, heavy volume coming into Microsoft now. Yeah, nat gas still positive on the session, but definitely seeing some sellers in this region. Seeing weakness in semiconductors coming in a touch. NVIDIA could be triggering a little head and shoulders here. Teetering right on the neckline. But the Qs are still super strong at the moment. Yeah, we'll see. I hope so too. NVIDIA breaking down a little bit more now. Meta is still super strong. Same with Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, all still holding firm at the moment. And NVIDIA is potentially triggering this little head and shoulders. So that could cause a little bit of negative bias in the semiconductors, the SOXX. SOXX is back in that distributive range. It's in its head and shoulders little neckline zone. Apple seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. So Qs are just hovering here at the highs of the session. So we look at Microsoft's 10-minute chart. It does appear like Microsoft's trying to get to this gap fill. Whether or not it happens, there's still a lot of resistance in this zone. Whoops, sorry guys. Comments on stop loss for options. That's your risk management, whatever you feel appropriate due to your risk tolerance. I would abide by that. Typically, some people use 10% or 20% stop losses, but the important thing if you're trading options is if you size it for loss, then you'll typically be okay. You'll typically be okay if you size the position for a loss. MSOS trying to firm up. Oil still seeing some sellers. Qs are still ferociously strong. Tesla's ripping. Bitcoin's starting to see some sellers. The Dixie's still at the lows of the session. Yields have faded a touch. NVIDIA's seeing some distribution at the moment. So they're holding the Qs steady. We have about an hour away from Powell, and they are trying to push the Qs higher and higher here. We're about 14 cents away from hitting the 7-day moving average on the daily chart of the Qs. And again, NVIDIA is still battling this little neckline zone. Bigger heart candle down on Microsoft. Amazon seeing some pretty heavy selling at the moment. Same thing with Bitcoin. Meta's still holding firm. Tesla's still holding firm. NVIDIA just chopping sideways here. Humana seeing a nice big bid to the upside. So that's good on Humana. So the Qs are just pinned up here. No sell side pressure in sight at the moment. NVIDIA trying to firm up again. Qs are up 0.56, Russell up 0.69, SPY up 0.39. SMCI still negative. AMD up 1.1, NVIDIA up 0.6, Tesla up 1, AVG up 2.36. The SOXX is up 0.5%, so Bitcoin up 1.4, MSTR up 5.2, Nat gas still up 0.88%. Oil still holding its gains up 0.5%. Ulta Beauty, Intel, still some of the worst performing names. Yeah, it's strong market, right? Strong QQQ market at the moment. That's why stocks are staying up. Strong Russell, bullish reversal to the upside on all these names. NVIDIA trying to get another retest of this little neckline zone. GE's performing well. Fortinet, Western Digital, ANET, Micron, Ford. NVIDIA NVIDIA is now pumping up. So now you have more participation from NVIDIA. Qs are still relentlessly pushing here. It's almost like they want that gap fill at 445, which... All right, Qs are now hitting that daily 7MA. Daily chart resistance was just tagged on the Qs. Daily chart resistance was just tagged on the Qs. And we're still pushing up even higher. Look at NVIDIA negating that neckline, trying to press higher here. Qs are absolutely flying right now. We still have the big PAL meeting at 12:10. Meta new high, Google pushing, Microsoft seeing a little bit of sellers. Tesla still trading at 168. Really, it's just been a grind, higher highs since. Dixie's finding some support here at the 104.36 zone. Still weak on the session near the lows, but the Dixie is coming and approaching some support. Still the 10-year up 0.9, 2-year up 0.5%. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sell side. Nothing crazy though. Tesla's still pushing. Apple curling down, Microsoft curling down, Meta still pushing, Amazon curling up, NVIDIA curling up. I can't even hope for J Powell to be hawkish. We'll see. Last speech he was dovish, completely dovish. Qs are still pressing. Qs are still pressing here. Another big push coming in. We'll see if the recent move in oil, the recent move in yields change Powell's stance a little bit more. Since his FOMC dovishness, yields have pressed higher. They've actually broken out. Oil, commodities breaking out. Gold's telling us that things are breaking out. Obviously, he's taking the stance that he's switching to a growth mode instead of tightening. Yeah, you hate rolling the dice. I know. The markets could pump, right? They could press higher. It could go to 445. It's not in my cards, but it could happen. Guys, Humana 310 call I took with members. I just sold that. I sold it for a nice profit. So we rode Humana for a nice profit. But I did sell those 310 calls, still holding my commons, but 310 calls did go in the money today on Humana. So nice trade if you took that with us, members. Guys, bit of a high risk here, but I just added to my QQQ position. Again, I don't If you're over leveraged, I don't recommend adding to a 0DT play, but I did just add to my QQQ 442s. My average is now sitting at 54 cents, down quite substantially on the trade. Down quite substantially, 54 cents my average is sitting at. So I do apologize, not the best trade, but we've still been able to print winners today, really across the earlier plays. I still think that the Qs have a strong chance of coming in at some point. We are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure now. But a nice move up in Humana today. Really solid move. Again, if you look at this move on the Qs, I mean, astonishing. Astonishing. And again, we're still at resistance at the top of this channel. We've been ping-ponging from the lows to the highs, from the lows to the highs. NVIDIA is still trying to hold firm. Humana, just a beast. Humana's a beast right now. Imagine the Qs go back negative. That would be quite something. Don't expect it, especially with VIX and dollar fading as sharply as it did. Guys, look at this Humana chart. Whoa. Members know we just started accumulating Humana. Already in the money on our swing, and we took profits on our call. 310 call we rode. But a nice move on Humana. Beautiful move. That's quite something. Look at the IWM. Still just putting in consolidation here. That's pretty funny, Anonymous. Yeah, it's always a risk, right? It's always a risk. See if NVIDIA gives us a lower high today. GE still performing well. Ulta Beauty definitely getting wrecked. Ulta's getting wrecked. If Ulta hits this gap fill, that's a huge buy opportunity, in my opinion, for a quick bounce right at this 425 zone. You're even approaching that EMA 113. That could be a day trade spot today. I'll mark that on the alert side. See if we're creating a little mini head and shoulders here on the 1 minute chart. Hasn't triggered the neckline, and Qs are still firm. Trying to hold up. Apple's catching another bid. Alta taking Alpha with it. Nice. Good to know. Apple trying to press higher here. Breaking out of a flag pattern again. This little head and shoulders breaks down on the Qs. We're looking at 443. Qs are still very strong though. Very strong at the moment. NVIDIA seeing some sellers. Microsoft curling down. Google curling down. Amazon pushing up. Tesla curling down. Meta curling down. Qs are still just holding up A-OK at the moment. Dollar is going and making new lows. Dixie making new lows. So it's going to be tough for the indices to sell if the Dixie continues to make new lows. Amazon continuing to press higher here. Relentless buying pressure in Amazon at the moment. Seeing huge strength in consumer discretionary today. Again, there's only 3 sectors negative. Retail is also negative. Apple's coming in just a touch here. Potential head and shoulders on the Microsoft 2-minute chart. Hasn't triggered the neckline. Has not triggered the neckline yet. Apple still looks a little bit more bullish. Again, there's still a potential that NVIDIA can break a little head and shoulders pattern here. Still a little potential. Very similar pattern on Microsoft as well. MSFT. Also a very similar head and shoulders pattern. Potential. It's coming at, it's going to test the neckline very shortly here. Qs are still ferociously strong though. Amazon's just doing the heavy lifting at the moment. Natural gas still up 0.5%. Yep, Hum has had a nice move. Yeah, we made just over 30% on those Hum calls, the 310 calls. Dixie's still being faded. Yields are also being faded. Qs are still holding the majority lion's share of its gains. We did hit that daily chart 7MA. We're also hitting 4-hour chart resistance on the Qs. Microsoft on watch for this neckline break. Hasn't triggered it yet. Qs are still just trying to press higher and higher at the moment. Here comes another big push in the Qs. Microsoft, big surge there. Another big push. You're trading inside of a 10-minute topping tail on the Qs. The first one was negated. This is the second topping tail of the day. Qs are going for a new high of day. Nat gas getting slowly faded. Oil still trying to charge higher. New high there on the Qs. Qs did make a little bit of a high there. Microsoft still curling. Qs are above the 7-day moving average right now. They're about 5 cents above it. Bitcoin's up 1.2, Qs are up 0.6, Apple's up 1, SPY's lagging, up 0.38, Russell's outperforming, up 0.76. Still seeing NVIDIA teetering on this little neckline zone. Qs are still ripping here. NVIDIA right on the brink of this little neckline, guys. NVIDIA's right on the brink of that neckline. Qs are still trying to gun higher. Another earthquake just hit Taiwan, a second one. Wow. That's crazy. So no head and shoulders on the Qs. That's been negated on the 1-minute chart. Still fighting this epic daily chart resistance at the moment. Still epic daily chart resistance. T minus 40 minutes till PAL. 40 minutes till PAL. NVIDIA trying to trigger a little head and shoulders pattern here. If it does breach this neckline, you have a target of around 893 on NVIDIA. But it hasn't triggered the neckline just yet. Right now, the best performing mega cap is... Oh, Bitcoin's actually seeing some harder selling, guys. So Bitcoin's seeing some harder selling at the moment. Microsoft's still holding steady. Bitcoin breaking down a bit. So anyone in those MicroStrategy shorts probably will see that start to play out well. Look at MicroStrategy dumping. So whoever called that out, nice job. Nice job on MicroStrategy. Whoever shorted that one's finally coming in pretty hard here. You can also see Bitcoin selling, dumping there a little bit. Again, what's interesting is Bitcoin's dumping here, showing more weakness on the back of the dollar being weak. Typically, you don't see that, right? NVIDIA has triggered that little head and shoulders, waiting for confirmation on the neckline. Waiting for confirmation. I think if NVIDIA gives us that confirmed break, you'll likely see Microsoft also see some weakness. As of now, things are still holding steady. Qs are still trying to press higher here. But NVIDIA is seeing a little bit more harder selling. Yep, NVIDIA has broken the neckline. You're waiting for confirmation now. You have not got it on the 1 minute chart, but it is looking likely that you will get it. Seeing regionals are under a little bit of pressure at the moment, only up 0.14%. So regionals are actually underperforming the Russell. Regionals are actually underperforming the Russell at the moment. And again, we do have Powell still coming up in about 35 minutes. But yeah, definitely a technical breakdown on NVIDIA confirmed in 20 seconds or so. Again, there is a support level approaching. Microsoft's coming in a little bit harder at the moment. So you did get that confirmed candle break on NVIDIA. You did get a confirmed candle break. So again, this now opens up a downside potential move all the way down to 894 on NVIDIA, which is roughly about a 0.74% decline. One thing though is that NVIDIA could still be creating a little bit of a right shoulder potential. You know, even though you have triggered that little neckline. Dixie, still no bounce in the Dixie. Still no bounce in the Dixie. Google, again, Google's red on the session at the moment. Still have semiconductors positive. Bitcoin's faded. Only up 0.5% now. Still a strong QQQ market at the moment. Microsoft still trying to press. Still could be forming a right shoulder here on Microsoft. Apple pressing for a new high. That's going to be tough for the Qs. Amazon curling down, Meta curling up, Google curling up. Microsoft pushing, Tesla still pushing. Anonymous saying confident we'll see 443 again. Yeah, potentially. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid here. Regionals appear like they want to go negative. Still super overbought here on the Qs. Still a strong market. Apple's starting to weaken just a touch. Yeah, that makes sense, Chris. We have been seeing that. We've been seeing as the market breaks down, natural gas catches a bid. As the market rallies, natural gas sells off. It's almost like a correlate, an inverse trade on the market. We have been seeing that. So good observation. Microsoft still could be putting in a head and shoulders pattern as well. Still seeing the Qs, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Dixie's trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. Dixie is trying. You can see the Qs are fighting this little trend line now. Apple's coming in a little bit harder. Meta's still trying to push. Amazon's coming in a touch harder. NVIDIA's still seeing some more selling. Tesla's trying to push up. Google, Meta trying to push up. Regionals are seeing some more sell side pressure. Microsoft's still gunning higher. Still seeing weakness in NVIDIA. Still seeing weakness in NVIDIA, strength in Microsoft. The QQQ did put in another little 10-minute, I wouldn't call it a topping tail, but it is a little reversal chart, candle on the 10-minute chart. NVIDIA trying to firm up here. Microsoft still could be forming a right shoulder, but this is also trying to gun for new highs. Will we see it occur? Time will tell. If we break 443.60, we are good. We'll see. Yeah, it's a tough level. Tough level on the Qs here. Microsoft just pumping here. Look at Microsoft trying to negate. Little head and shoulders. NVIDIA also trying to push up. Microsoft going for a new high of day. So again, that's strength in the NASDAQ for you. A little bit of a double top now on Microsoft. It did fill that 1 minute gap. Let's see if it pushes and closes for a new high. Huge push on the Qs again. Really big push on the Qs. That was led by Microsoft and NVIDIA. Google still struggling. NVIDIA catching another bid. Dixie still weak. The 10-year yield is only up 0.74% now. Microsoft trying to close above a new high of day. Still seeing regionals, KRE getting slightly faded in this range. Still have the Qs sitting right at that 7-day moving average. It's common sense. Got a LinkedIn notification of ELF recruiting interns. Coincidence? Cheap labor? Probably not. Probably not a coincidence, eh? And we are seeing the Dixie trying to firm up in this region. NVIDIA is still looking for a downside move to 894. There's a big drop in NVIDIA. There's a fairly decent sized drop. Microsoft still holding up, seeing NVIDIA seeing some sell side pressure. Google, Meta still holding up. Microsoft still holding up. A little bit more weakness coming into the Qs at the moment. Trying to hold that chart support. Microsoft's catching another bid. Nat Gas almost going negative here. Unfortunate price action in Nat Gas. It looked like it was strong, but again, Chris brought up that good point. We're seeing kind of an inverse correlation where You have nat gas doing well when markets are falling, nat gas doing poorly when markets are rallying. We have seen that little correlation. Microsoft still gunning, holding up the cues here. NVIDIA, Tesla seeing some sellers. Google, Meta seeing some sellers. A little bit more downward pressure coming into the cues. Broke the neckline on the 1 minute. Yeah, we did. We did. We absolutely did. You're looking like that little neckline. Still a lot of support here. You're at the top of that 10-minute channel right now, right? That channel that you've been chopping in. So you're at the top of that channel right now. So they're going to try to keep it above here or at this support zone. It's a big, big level. NVIDIA, though, still weakening here, and that's putting pressure on the SOXX and semis. Regionals have actually almost gotten, they've gone negative. So KRE's gone negative, guys. So now we're into a scenario where the Russell's the best performing indice, which has a whole host of banks, but you have regionals negative. So again, something is brewing in the regionals. Don't know if it's an individual bank that's going to go under again, but not a positive sign when you have the Russell showing actually the best performing indice, and regionals are struggling here. KRE struggling. Microsoft still at the highs. Tesla's coming. Google's starting to rip. So Qs are still holding strength at the moment. Microsoft still going for new high of day. Seeing a little bit of selling. Meta's curling in now. Tesla's still falling. NVIDIA's still falling. So there goes the Qs. They are starting to see some heavier sell side pressure at the moment. A little bit more heavier pressure at the moment. A little bit of profit taking ahead of Powell. Dixie's trying to bounce. VIX is still negative. So again, NVIDIA downside target based off of the head and shoulders is 894. 894. Let's look at Microsoft again. That's now starting to come in. A little bit more of a decline in the Qs. So there's 443s. NVIDIA's falling much sharper at the moment. So it is weighing in on the semis. Big decline in NVIDIA weighing in on this market. So decent sized decline on NVIDIA. It's putting pressure on the SOX. It's putting pressure on the SMH. Dixie's trying to bounce here and catch a bid. A little bit more harder sell-off. Potentially an hourly bearish engulfing candle on the QQQ chart. Microsoft, big wick down. So now if Microsoft breaks its little head and shoulders, this could force the Qs much lower here. So Microsoft potentially breaking this little neckline. Could see Microsoft down to 422. Still seeing the Qs under a little bit of pressure at the moment. NVIDIA getting a little bit oversold in the near term. Semis are still coming down. Qs are still coming down. Dollar's still trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Microsoft's now breaking lower, so that could put additional pressure on the Qs if Microsoft wants to start playing some downside action here. Apple's still holding up. Google's holding up. Meta's curling down. A class action lawsuit against NYCB. Interesting. Let's take a peek at that. I wonder what the lawsuit's for. Yeah, really no change. NYCB is actually still up 4.23%. There's no real change there yet. We'll keep our eye on NVIDIA at the moment. Microsoft's still breaking down here a little bit more. We're seeing some more sell side pressure coming into the Qs. Apple's now seeing heavier selling. Same thing with Meta. More downside coming in. Clearly some people moving more defensively here ahead of Powell. Again, Powell will be talking shortly in roughly 15 minutes. You can see NVIDIA's now back testing its little neckline. This is actually where it triggered a bullish pattern. Still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure coming in. NVIDIA, more sell side pressure. SOX is coming in pretty sharply. Microsoft breaking down some more. Still see downside on Microsoft to 422. NVIDIA here to 894. We're almost there. A little bit more selling. All right, we're now break even on those 442s, and they still have room to run. Come on. Could get a bounce here, though. A little bit of an extension move to the downside. We'll see if indices want to bounce. NVIDIA and Microsoft still have lower targets. Still have lower targets on NVIDIA and Microsoft. The target to $2,000 share price. All right, markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Semis are bouncing. Humana, just a monster today. Humana is still just outperforming the market. Obviously, it had that big sell side day yesterday, but Humana still just ripping here. KRE still falling, guys. KRE is still falling on the charts, so still think that regionals are telling us something. Maybe that there's going to be a hawkish Powell. And again, the hourly candle on the QQQ chart is trying to form a bearish engulfing candle on the hourly. It's still got 31 minutes, so lots of time on the clock. Again, NVIDIA almost at target, Microsoft almost at target. VIX is catching a little bit of a bid, so the UVXY is catching a decent sized bid. Humana, new high of day. Good job, members, on that Humana trade. Now you're having Apple breaking down a bit, Meta, Google still holding up, Amazon still holding up, NVIDIA coming down again. So NVIDIA is coming down some more. At the moment, we are seeing semiconductors in a fair bit of trouble here. Fair bit of trouble here for NVIDIA. How's AMD looking? AMD had a sell-off too. SMCI has been one of those weak stocks all day. And NVIDIA's almost gone negative, guys. So NVIDIA has almost gone negative. Whoops. Qs are trying to stabilize here. They are trying to stabilize. Nat gas trying to firm up a little bit more. Still seeing regional weakness. QQQ trying to stabilize here. Again, still a couple downside targets on NVIDIA and Microsoft still in the works. Apple's still selling off a little bit here. Tesla putting in potentially a short-term 2-minute bear flag, but 10-minute chart is looking okay. Google trying to firm up here. Meta's still near the highs, but just off the highs on Meta. Here comes NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get some more downside, guys. Powell will be speaking in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. QQQ contracts are now at 57 cents. Those 442s, 58 cents. NVIDIA almost at downside target. Microsoft almost at downside target. Oh, I didn't realize Biden is speaking, guys. Did not realize Biden is speaking. All right, guys, I closed those QQQ 442 put, sold them at 60 cents. So we were down substantially, down almost 50% on that trade. I just sold them for 6 cents per contract, 6 cents per contract. Whew, that was a tough one. That was a tough one, guys. But NVIDIA is still falling. 442s might get in the money, but I just decided, what a ride. I know. Holy. What a ride. All right, that was crazy. That was absolutely insane. All right, let's see what else. Again, Biden is speaking. I'm surprised they're not facelifting the market right now. Nice little cover there. So again, NVIDIA fulfilled its downside target. We'll see if Powell comes out dovish. That's okay, Shamit. You probably will get it. But I mean, the Q's had a pretty big bounce or a pretty big decline, so just be cautious with this area. Be cautious.
Let's wait and see what the Pow Dow says.
Yep, looks like the host just walked out. I grabbed some carbon at $85 calls here.
Q's are still trying to hold this area. Guys, I'm going to do a high-risk lotto play. 440 put on the Q's, 0 DTE. I only grabbed 10 contracts just to see if we get some sort of a crazy flusher on the back of Powell, but it's a size it for loss. I'm expecting this position to actually expire worthless, but it's just a pure lotto. 440 0 DTE put. I got filled at 18 cents a contract. 18 cents a contract. Qs are still falling here. NVIDIA has gone negative. I just took an NVIDIA 895 call expiring the end of the week, April 5th. Got filled at 1084. 1084. High risk trade again. Come on, NVIDIA, push, 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 push. Microsoft's getting a bounce. NVIDIA coming right back down, though. Dixie's catching a nice little bid here, guys. The Dixie's actually trying to move up.
Yeah, Frank, I stayed out of it again. There was a decent setup to try it here, but the external factor, not that bad.
That first I think it's going to be a non-event.
Yep, what a trade is right. Qs are trying to stabilize. NVIDIA is still super, super weak. It has turned negative on the session.
I feel because the truth, like the higher for longer, it's not going to be great. Over 2, and it's going to be in August. But he's not going to say that.
Dollar's actually still catching a bid here, guys. The Dixie's still catching a bid. NVIDIA right back down, falling here some more. Q's struggling here. NVIDIA is still seeing some distribution in this range.
I was saying I was posting last night. I think the whole rally in the idea that he's going to cut is all based around that.
NVIDIA is still trending a little lower.
Yeah, if he does it,
And then when he does,
he's got it like
Down about 40 cents on the cons. Oof, NVIDIA getting hit pretty hard here. Volume coming in.
this time to like if he needs to nudge
And it is overshooting its little downside head and shoulders target.
June and August, he should start that dialogue.
It's trying to firm up, but still looking weak. Come on, NVIDIA.
I know a lot of swing shorts that stopped out at 38.50. I mean 18.350. Sorry.
Qs are trying to stabilize. Tesla's curling down. Google getting a big pump. Meta's weakening here. Still seeing pressure in semis at the moment. Again, we're riding an 895 call. April 5th expiry on NVIDIA. Just trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here intraday. Cons are sitting at 1070, down about 15 cents right now. One last flush people are hoping for. We'll see, though. We'll see. You could get it. Volatility is now starting to creep in here. Volatility is starting to creep in here, guys. Qs are coming in. Big dump there on the Qs. They are trying to flush it. NVIDIA is trying to hold. Potential bounce coming into play. Volatility is increasing, guys, quite substantially. Remember, the sell-off did suffice some of the downside intraday moves for NVIDIA and Microsoft. But the Qs are still trying to just hold this level as we speak. I think we get one final pop before the dump. One little pop before the dump. Microsoft struggling here. Here comes NVIDIA trying to perk back up again. Crazy volatility. Apple remaining firm. Microsoft, Tesla trying to firm up. Here comes NVIDIA. Now green on the contracts. Still a very volatile range in this region on the Qs. Very volatile region for the Qs. Don't expect cuts until more confidence that inflation is continuing to lower. So a little bit of a hawkish statement from Powell. A little bit of a hawkish statement. Let's see how the indices react. Dollar is trying to firm up. Yields have softened, though. Yields have softened. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see if we can press to 895. Rates have likely hit a peak during this cycle. They're taking NVIDIA right back down. Qs are falling. Lots of volume being traded here. Again, the Dixie is trying to remain firm here, guys. Qs are trying to come down. NVIDIA is seeing tremendous amount of weakness in this region, but heavy volume. Regionals are under pressure. NVIDIA is getting short-term oversold intraday. Typically, these intraday oversold conditions do result in a quick pop. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Google pressing for new highs. Google trying to firm up and go positive. Apple trying to press higher. Microsoft and NVIDIA really weighing on the cues right now, potentially putting in bearish patterns. The Dixie's trying to firm up here, but it hasn't done so just quite yet. Lots of volatility. Bitcoin's up again, popping 0.8%. Regionals are trying to stabilize here. Semiconductors, the SOX is trying to stabilize. Come on, NVIDIA pushed to 895, and then I do think we will get another dump in the market, guys. I think we get a pop, a short-term pop, and then a dump. Right now you are seeing heavy sell-side pressure in NVIDIA. Just can't seem to firm up off of this level. Meta, Google, still trying to remain firm. Again, NVIDIA is negative along with SMCI. Tesla trying to pop a little bit. How's oil doing? Oil's faded a little bit. Nat gas is trying to catch a little bit of more of a bid. We're looking at 895 again on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get a pop there. Or even to 894. That would put our cons in the money. Qs again did have that initial sell-off into PAL. Now we are still seeing more. Again, the headline I'm seeing, Fed's PAL, too soon to say if recent higher than expected inflation is just a bump. Qs are getting a little bit of a bid here. Microsoft trying to firm up. PC crat. All right, NVIDIA is now starting to press, guys. So let's see if we can get to 895s in the money. Come on, NVIDIA. Push up. A little bit of a 3-minute bottoming tail, potentially a 5-minute bottom. Yep, you did put in a 5-minute bottoming tail on NVIDIA. Trying to go for a 10. Qs are trying to firm up here. Microsoft's trying to firm up. Cons are slightly in the money. Cons are slightly in the money. But the Qs are trying to come back down again. I am seeing the SOXX still under pressure, but trying to firm up off of this level. I'm seeing Abercrombie and Fitch getting reversed to the downside. It was positive all morning, and now it's down 2%. So ANF seeing some weakness. The Russell 2000 fading off of the highs. S&P Russell Qs are all still positive for the moment. For the moment. NVIDIA is trying to hold this range and press a little bit higher. Come on, 895s are close. Could see the Qs retesting 443 and then dumping back down to 442. That's how I see it being played out. Right now, really, it's NVIDIA and Microsoft that are holding the Qs down. Google turned positive briefly there. Google did turn positively briefly. You're seeing Amazon curling down, Apple curling down, Microsoft curling down, NVIDIA trying to push back. Okay, there's a nice little potential break on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can break this little flag pattern and press higher. Regionals are trying to firm up. Again, we're riding 895 calls, expiring end of the week on NVIDIA. I do plan to exit this trade today, win, lose, or draw. Come on, NVIDIA, get to 895. Get to 895. Push, 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 push. A lot of people trade. There goes the Qs. They are trying to press a little bit higher here. I could even see NVIDIA retesting this EMA 113. All All right, Microsoft trying to firm up. Heavy volume still pressing NVIDIA. They've been getting consistently higher 1 minute closes. Your impulse green candle, higher close. Little sell off, another 1 minute higher close. Qs are trying to firm up here. Still some sell side pressure being observed in the semis, but they are trying to push and firm up. Come on, NVIDIA. Take us to the promised land. All right, guys. So again, I still think that the Qs will hit 443, and then I do think we have a strong chance of actually dumping at some point. Nat gas trying to firm up a little bit more. Come on, NVIDIA. Keep trying to press. Keep trying to press. Google's still firming up here. NVIDIA trying to press a little bit higher along with the Qs. So QQQ is still moving higher. Cons are at 1130. Nice push on NVIDIA there, guys. Nice push. That was a really nice push. Let's see if we get one more. QQQ almost at that 443 zone. One more little push. Come on, NVIDIA. Qs are acting very well here. Super, super strong. Can these 895s get in the money? All right, guys. I'm all out of NVIDIA. Boom. 895s in the money. Thank you very much. Take that. Sold at 1150 a con. Beautiful, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful job. All out of NVIDIA. Dollars fading at the lows. I just took a 443.0 DT put on the Qs. 443.0 DT put on the Qs. Starting a position here. Starting a position here. High risk trade again. I got filled. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Shit. Holy shit. That was crazy. I thought I got filled at a much shittier price. That's okay. It's at the moment. So we rode that NVIDIA. And again, I said, I think we get a pop. And then I think we get a drop. Dixie still at the lows of the session. Dixie still at the lows, guys. $4.43 put it. We're up 5 cents a con. Sorry, 7 cents a con. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Regionals are trying to bounce here, guys. Nice job. It's common sense. So again, another few winning trades here, guys. Good job. Good job. NVIDIA is still trying to press higher. It's at 896 now and climbing. So pretty monster move. Pretty sizable move. Imagine this turns to be a head and shoulders here. This little neckline. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder forming as we speak. You know, you would have a potential downward move on the Qs of roughly 0.5%. That would be pretty insane if that happened. As of now, Qs are still trying to hold firm and press. All right, guys, 443s are starting to print nicely here. 443 puts are starting to print nicely. Qs are still trying to act well and firm up here. Qs are still trying to firm up. Yeah, the options game is crazy. The option game is crazy. Could NVIDIA go? NVIDIA and the Qs are both trying to push. Again, you can get 443s even cheaper at the moment. 443s can be even cheaper at the moment. Qs are still trying to press, though. Even the Russell's firming back up. Dollar just made a new low. So the Dixie did just make a new low of day. Again, this would be crazy if we form a head and shoulders. If this is a right shoulder formation, that would be insane. Qs are still acting well, though, trying to build on top of this momentum. We'll see if they want to give us more downside. Again, sorry about the viewers on TradingView. Haven't been answering your question. AMD puts swing trade Rams asking. I'm shorting the Qs. Obviously, we played NVIDIA on the downside and the upside. Sorry about the scratching in the background. That's my cat going crazy. Holy. I'm just going to mute my mic for a second while she finishes her business. Sorry guys, I just added a couple more cons here at the highs. My average is sitting at 59 cents a con at the 443.0 DT put on the Qs. And I am riding a lotto play, a 440 sized for loss. I expect that one to lose, but 443s, I think we should hit 443s. There's a scenario we could actually retest all the way up to this neckline, especially with the consolidation in NVIDIA taking place. You're seeing Google falling, Apple struggling, Tesla trying to rip. Big push there in the Qs, really big push. Qs are still trying to firm up. Microsoft trying to retest its little neckline where it broke down. Semis are looking a little bit more bullish. Dixie's still going lower. Even the 10-year yield turned negative now. So the 10-year yield has turned negative. Google's still struggling. Apple's still struggling. Market's still loving the fact that the dollar's being faded. Gold, silver ripping again. MSOS struggling. Nat gas taking a little bit of a breather. So Tesla going for a new high of day. Tesla's absolutely ripping right now. Google trying to curl up. Meta trying to curl back up. NVIDIA trying to break this flag pattern. NVIDIA still pressing. NVIDIA now hitting some 1 minute chart resistance, EMA 113. Tesla, Apple now ripping again. I don't know why, Hassan. I don't know why. I don't trade with Robinhood. It's unfortunate. So again, guys, we are still seeing the Qs trying to push up. Remember, we rode those NVIDIA calls. Microsoft's trying to curl down now. Apple's still trying to push up. Google trying to push up. Meta trying to push up. Amazon trying to push. NVIDIA trying to push, but seeing a little bit of sellers. KRE is back to the green side. So regionals have firmed up. As I just added there, my average now on those Qs are sitting at 53 cents a con. 53 cents, 53.7 to be exact. Down slightly. Still think that the markets can fall a little bit. But NVIDIA is acting well off of those lows. Those 895s printed. Nat gas still taking a breather. Oil taking a bit of a breather. Qs are still trying to press here. NVIDIA seeing some sellers. Again, what if we're creating the right shoulder here? What if this is all a right shoulder formation? You have your big head. This could be forming a right shoulder. Not many people are watching that intraday pattern. Not many people at all. But we are. We are. All right, guys. 443s are now starting to print. We're up about a penny a contract. Again, if this is a big head and shoulders intraday, it has a target of roughly about 440.10, 440.11. So just pay close attention to that. This could be shaping up for that. Come on, give us a break. I think at the minimum, we'll probably test this neckline zone. There's a confluence of trend lines sitting right here at this 442.50 zone. Amazon failing to break at the trend line. Yep. Apple selling hard. Google selling hard. Meta still holding. Microsoft's now coming in pretty hard. NVIDIA is still holding steady. Cons are now trading at 55 cents. Our average is 53.7. So up a couple pennies. Come on, Qs. Break it down. NVIDIA is seeing some distribution. Microsoft still struggling here. NVIDIA is now seeing some downside, guys. So NVIDIA is seeing some downside. $443s are in the money, guys. 443s are in the money. I'm still looking for a little bit more. 443s are in the money. Look at that, guys. We are falling. Again, this could be a right shoulder. Cons are now sitting at 74 cents. We entered at 53 and falling and climbing. Let's go. 80 cents. All right, guys. I'm out of the 443s. Took profits. Beautiful job. 900 sold at 77 cents a con. So 24 cents profit per share. Beautiful. Now I have some lotto plays. I'm writing a 442. My average is 32 cents. I'm writing a 440 as well. Head and shoulders neckline. Look at this, guys. Look at this decline. Whoa. The 442s are doubled. 442 puts are almost in the money here. Wow. Clean. My last lotto is a 440, guys. 440 lotto. Look at that. Monster trades, man. If anyone hasn't checked out my tradingcapital.ca website, I encourage you to do so because we've been holding your hand throughout this whole market session. And look what just happened. We printed. We absolutely printed the 443s, 442s, riding a lotto 440. Cheapers. What a trade. What a trade, guys. My 440 average is sitting at 13.5 cents, currently trading at 16 cents right now, con. What a drop there, guys. What a drop. Hell yeah, Mike. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What did Powell say? He said they've reached the peak in interest rate hikes. Still really the same commentary. So he's reached the peak in rate hikes, and they're looking to see more inflationary data. They're too early to cut. Still too early to cut because the inflation data is still showing signs. But look at this head and shoulders, guys. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Head and shoulders on watch for the Qs, guys. Qs have triggered a head and shoulders. But waiting for confirmation. There's your back test to the neckline. Let's see if we can get above it. Back test to the neckline. Apple had a really big breakdown. Qs are still trying here. NVIDIA ripping back up. Microsoft ripping back up. Thanks. It's common. All right, Head and Shoulders has been negated, guys. Dropping the neckline there now. I'm riding 442 puts again. High risk trade because we're kind of going back to the cookie jar quite a few times. NVIDIA ripping. Monster move back into the market again. Apple, huge green candle. Google, Meta, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's screaming higher right now. Again, I'm back in 442 puts again. 442 puts again. This could go against us because, again, markets are in a tricky spot here. My average on the 442s is sitting at 40 cents a con, so 40 cents a con. Apple still pushing, Google, Meta still pushing. How done talking? I'm not even sure, honestly. I'm not too sure. NVIDIA is still trying to press higher here and firm up, so NVIDIA is still looking pretty solid at the moment. Microsoft trying to come down a bit, just a touch. Dixie still near the lows. Let's see if we get a lower high. So high, lower high, lower low, lower low. Potential little downtrend starting, although the indices are still green at the moment. You're back trying to retest that 7-day. Actually, let's see what resistance. Qs are still trying to just consolidate here. Seeing Tesla trying to firm up. Apple still trying to press. Google still trying to press. NVIDIA trying to put in a bull flag on the 1-minute chart. Again, it is trading under this little resistance point. NVIDIA. Nat gas almost to the negative side today. Regionals again flipping back positive. Let's see if we can reattempt at triggering this Head and Shoulders, guys. Let's see if we can attempt at triggering it again. You had a brief little breakdown here, got negated off of this trend line, so we have to use now the lower boundary neckline. Qs are still trying to push. Qs are still trying to push. Tesla's softening up a bit. NVIDIA trying to push. Apple, Microsoft pushing. Just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Alright guys, Qs are still just holding steady here. Holding steady via the Qs. We had those 443s. Entered the QQQ puts, a couple of you. Qs are just stuck in this choppy range. Stuck in this choppy range at the moment. Still trying to consolidate bullishly. NVIDIA coming in just a touch. I'm seeing Google still performing well, trying to press higher. Bitcoin still above 66K. Dixie is trying to move up a little bit here. So the DXY is trying to move up. We're up a couple cents on those 443s, but I'm looking for them to go in the money. Come on, 443s. Again, Qs are trying to consolidate as if they want to push higher here. Question is, are we going to break it? A lot of little resistance points in this vicinity. And you can see that same parallel channel that's kept us in check for about the last week or so is trying to keep us in check yet again. Dixie's still trying to press. Markets are still remaining firm here.
All right, now MSTR new high today.
NVIDIA is still holding up. Qs are still holding up. Microsoft trying to consolidate here. Google still pressing. Apple still pressing. Tesla still pressing. Qs are just stuck in a little bit of a range. We're range bound at the moment. It's approaching that 1 o'clock time frame. NVIDIA trying to hold that EMA 113. Notice we got rejected here, so this is a big spot. If NVIDIA breaks down, believe it or not, it could head down to the low of day again, or at least this trend line, and potentially create a little bit of a higher low. Big push in NVIDIA. Big push in NVIDIA. Big power candle there. MSOS trying to firm up. So we're seeing continuous buying in MSOS. All right, there goes the Qs. They're seeing a little bit of sellers, still holding up relatively okay. Qs are trying to break this little bit of a flag pattern led by Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to break this bull flag structure on the 1 minute chart. Still seeing semis getting hit a little bit here. Oil's trying to firm up. Nat gas trying to firm up. There's a little bit of a break, range break trying to occur on the Qs, a little bit of a range break. All right, big push in NVIDIA. Really big surge on NVIDIA. Guys, I just added to my QQQ 443s there. Might be a little bit of a death sentence, but
Yes, let's fly. Thank you. I remember the levels I gave you guys.
let's see if they want to take it back down. They are trying to break this flag, trying to push. Dixie's still trying to move up a little bit here, but so are the Qs. My average on the Qs 443s are sitting at 63 cents a con. We're trading at 57, so I'm down a little bit. Brog down 70% from that hold. Wow. Yeah, I've never even heard of the company until it was brought up today. NVIDIA is still trying to press. Same thing with Microsoft, Apple, Google. Meta's actually curling down a bit. Amazon, potential little bear flag on the 5-minute chart. NVIDIA looking structurally a little bit more bullish intraday. Tesla looking a little bit more bearish on the 2-minute chart. Apple trying to push up. Microsoft also trying to push. So we're still seeing strength in the Qs. Qs are still positive, up 0.5%. SPY's lagging, up 0.34%. Russell's still the best performing indice, despite the regionals are kind of lagging. Still could be putting in a right shoulder formation here. We're approaching 1 o'clock time frame, guys. 1 o'clock time frame. Qs are just holding some structure here. Fed Chair Powell, I believe, is all complete. His talk. Dixie trying to push. You have NVIDIA and Qs coming down a touch. We're break even on those cons at the moment. Come on, get us in the money. Let's see if we get it. We're still inside of this initial dump range where you had a pretty hard down move. As of now, Qs are still trying to remain resilient and hold the steady gains. Apple, Microsoft curling down. Google's now seeing some sellers. Amazon's curling down, so Amazon's seeing sellers along with some Tesla. Qs appear to be in a little bit of a distributive range here. Come on, 443s. Take us to the promised land. We're flat on the cons at the moment. We are flat. Microsoft curling down, Apple pushing, Meta curling down, Amazon, Google curling down. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of sell side. Qs are just pinned here. Trying to hold above 443 strike zone. Again, the high of the day was the 444s on the Qs. 444s. SMCI's turned back to the green side, so a little bit of positive strength back in SMCI. That was actually lagging the entire market pretty much all day. Now it's turned back to the positive side. VIX again red. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give up this level. Which way is it going to go? Microsoft curling down, Apple curling down, Tesla, Amazon curling down, Google pushing up, Meta trying to push up, Bitcoin holding above 66K. Qs are just stuck here. 443 and a quarter. 443 and a quarter. Regionals are still lagging. What time frame are you looking at Tesla? What time frame? All right, big breakdown there in the Qs, guys. Cons are now in the green. Come on, 443s. Let's see. Microsoft, NVIDIA breaking down. Come on. Let's see if we get more weakness. Amazon's potentially triggering a little 5-minute bear flag. Come on, baby. 443s. Take us in. Come on, 443s. We should retest this zone, 442.30-ish. You'll have some support at that previous little neckline where you actually got back above. So right around here. 1 minute time frame on Tesla, and you're looking at a wedge. It's wedging. Yeah, it's actually creating a down sloping wedge pattern that typically could result in bullish price action. It's going to be a market trade though. Wow, these here DTs are moving quick. Quick. Holding on that EMA, run 3. Could have taken profits. Could have taken about 6 or 7 cents a share, but still think we should see the Qs, although they are trying to press higher now. Still think we should see the Qs have one more little fall before. But as of now, they are trying to pop. Dixie's still soft. Tesla ripping. Microsoft, NVIDIA trying to press higher here. NVIDIA coming back down again, just not quite ready to break out. Basically back to break even on the Qs. Come on, get us in the money. Drop it down. Drop it down. Drop it down. Cut it down. Oil still holding the lion's share of its gains, although it has pulled back a little bit. Nat gas pretty much lost its entire rally, just holding briefly up 0.25%. All right, here comes the Qs again, 443s. Let's see if we can get them in the money, guys. We are up on the cons just a tad here. Break even, but this is a huge fight right now. Huge fight between the bulls and the bears. Bulls are trying to push to 444. Bears are trying to push it to 442. We're at that 443. NVIDIA trying to press. Microsoft trying to also form a little bit of a potential inverse on the 1 minute. Hasn't triggered yet though. All right, Qs are coming down. Cons are now printing us. They're in the money. 443s are in the money. I'm still holding. Because we've hit this level quite a few times. I'm still holding for more. Being maybe a little bit greedy. They did get us in the money there. I'm still in them. I'm still holding the 443 puts. Come on. Give us one little flush. Give us a little flush. Come on, baby. Dixie's starting to rip, guys. The Dixie's starting to press higher. So that should help the puts here. But again, it's a big fight along this EMA. Still could be forming a right shoulder on the Qs, but again, markets don't like to give it to us too easily. Google, Meta curling down. Meta's been strong all day. Bitcoin trying to retest 66K. Fuck, Q's right back up. Damn, what a crazy, crazy area. NVIDIA trying to firm up here. Come on, Qs, just give up this 443 level. Microsoft trying to firm up. Apple trying to press a little higher here. Still a big fighting zone here. Big, big fight here. Which way are we going to go? Dixie's still trying to press higher here, guys. The Dixie's still trying to press a little higher. Google high of day. Google again is back to the positive side, lifting the communication stocks, putting an underlying bid in Meta and XLC. Google's also helping the Qs. NVIDIA trying to firm up here. Qs are still just range bound here. We have not got a decisive move or breakout yet from this range. Microsoft curling down. Apple still trying to press a little bit higher. Microsoft seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. NVIDIA is still holding firm. Amazon chopping sideways. All right, there's the 443s again, guys. Let's see if they flush it through this level. We've been hovering on this level now since 1240. Come on, flush it down. Break it down. Oh, right back up. Jeez. What a crazy, crazy little area. We've gone everywhere but nowhere. Potential little head and shoulders on NVIDIA 1 minute chart here. If you break this little neckline. Bitcoin seeing some more sellers. NVIDIA, Microsoft coming down, but Qs are still holding steady. Apple's trying to push. Big push in Apple. Google, Amazon, NVIDIA now getting a green stick. Still a very tight range here on the Qs. Very, very tight range. Dixie's still trying to move up off of the lows. So the Dixie's been weak all day. This is the first little rally that's occurring in the Dixie, guys. First little rally that's occurring in the Dixie. So that's why I think we should see some lower price action. Yields have moved back to the positive side. The 10-year yield briefly went negative. Now it's back to the green side, up 0.4%. Regional banks are almost back to the negative side. Humana, nice little bull flag on the 10-minute chart. Tesla trying to press higher. Apple trying to press higher. Microsoft's kind of lagging at the moment. Google's still at the highs of the session and pushing. Meta's curling down. Amazon's pushing. NVIDIA's struggling in this range. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to break down here. Remember, NVIDIA is what caused this sell-off initially. Now it's firmed up, bounced significant off the lows. We rode those 895 calls, but you're definitely seeing there's distribution in NVIDIA. I do see a little bit of a 1 minute gap fill all the way down here on the chart. It's a little bit of a 1 minute gap fill. Wow, we're just pinned in a range, guys. We are just pinned in a range. It's 108 time frame. NVIDIA on watch for a little bit more of a breakdown. Remember, NVIDIA was positive, then it went negative. Now it's back to the positive side. So no real clear trend in NVIDIA today. It's been up, down, all around. Apple's now curling back down. Google's still trying to hang on to the high of day. Sitting at break even on these 443s. Sitting at break even on these 443s. Come on, Qs. Take it lower. Qs are trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Come on, NVIDIA. Break it. Break it. So we're still riding 443 puts on the Qs. We're basically flat on the trade. We are flat on the trade right now. NVIDIA is trying to catch a bid, seeing potentially Apple, seeing some more sellers, Microsoft seeing some more sellers, Google still holding steady, Amazon holding steady, Meta holding steady, Bitcoin still hovering above 66K. Dixie was catching a little bit of a bid there, and then it faded. Qs, heavy volume coming in NVIDIA. Qs are trying to push up out of this little flag pattern. Yep, Apple is the furthest from the 52-week highs. That's right. All right, Qs are trying to break out of this little range. Still pinned. Apple coming in. NVIDIA still seeing some sellers. NVIDIA still potentially forming a little 1 minute head and shoulders. We'll see if it wants to break down. Microsoft hitting that 1 minute chart, EMA 113. Google remaining firm. Amazon is firmed up. Regionals are coming back down again. So now you're still seeing more weakness creep into the regional market. So KRE. Tesla now curling down. Apple curling down. Regionals are back to the flat side. So again, regionals showing massive underperformance when the Russell's actually showing outperformance. A little bit of relative weakness there being observed. All right, NVIDIA retesting this neckline. Come on, chop it down. Apple breaking down a little bit. Still a very tight range on the Qs, a very, very tight range on the Qs. Qs had a little attempt at breaking out here, but kind of got rejected. Dollar's fading again, so that's actually helpful for the Qs and the S&P. But eventually we're going to hit a scenario that correlation could break. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to give it up. Still just teetering on that little neckline zone. There must be a ton of 444 calls and a ton of 443 puts. That's all I can think of. And they're just trying to make that premium in theta. Theta burn. All right, Google's taking a little bit of a breather up at the highs here. Apple's trading below the EMA 113. NVIDIA's trading above. Qs are trading above. Microsoft trading below. Google trading well above. Meta's trading above. Yeah, if you take any small amount of gain is considered a scalp. So any small amount of gain on a day trade is considered a scalp. All right, NVIDIA's testing that neckline again, guys. This is where we could break down on the Qs. Come on. Still just waiting patiently for 443s. There's NVIDIA testing the neckline break again. A little bit more selling in NVIDIA. Apple holding steady. Seems that Apple got the liquidity from NVIDIA. Big drop there in NVIDIA, guys. Is the Q is going to break this level now? With NVIDIA triggering a minor head and shoulders. Should retest 895. As of now, things are still holding steady in the Qs. Steady Eddie. But NVIDIA is breaking down a bit here, guys. That's going to put pressure on the rest of the semiconductor complex. Again, NVIDIA started this decline here. Qs are trying to get a bit up. Still a fair amount of weakness. Bitcoin's starting to sell off a little bit more. Regionals are back to the positive side, just ever so slightly. All right, guys, we're now in the money on those 443s. Let's see how low they want to take it. Come on, break it down. Oh, still a big fight here. They just don't want to drop it below 443. Heavy volume in this region. Heavy volume on NVIDIA as well. We've been defending this 443 area now once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times now in this little consolidation pattern. And the downside on NVIDIA is back to 895, 60-ish. Is trying to firm up here. Apple trying to push up higher. Google still holding firm. Really, the only sell side pressure in that little dip was from NVIDIA. The rest of the mega caps held firm. Just recognize that NVIDIA is showing a great deal of weakness at the moment, and it could continue to hurt the Qs. As of now, the rest of the QQQ market is holding up. But the question is, can it hold up if NVIDIA goes lower? Remember, NVIDIA has a huge weighting in the SMH, SOXX, S&P, QQQ. NVIDIA, I could actually see NVIDIA going negative again today. It's only up 0.3%, actually underperforming the market. Microsoft now coming in. We're going to have a big move once we break this range. If we break to the downside, you're going to get a flush. If we break to the upside, we're going to get a pump. Right now, those 443s are in the money, but I'm still looking for more. We've been in this tight range that we've coiled long enough that you can see you're hitting that previous little neckline. Once we break that, it's probably a straight flush to 442.40 if we break this little area. And look, they're still defending it. Apple's pumping, Google's still strong, Meta's still okay. It's really NVIDIA seeing weakness, Microsoft seeing some weakness. Apple's pushing though. So Apple's actually trying to break out of a potential inverse head and shoulders bullish pattern. So Apple's actually trying to trigger it right now. It's a little concerning. Apple's actually showing much stronger price action than NVIDIA right now and Microsoft. Qs are getting a nice big push. NVIDIA ripping again. You can see the neckline that I'm looking on Apple is right here. Right back into the range. Wow. They're just burning people. They are just burning people's premiums here. Theta, theta, theta. Potential double top. What chart are you looking at? All right, Apple trying to make another attempt. Google coming in now, Meta coming in. So now I'm starting to see some sell side pressure in the other mega cap names. So maybe this is where we finally see it break this range. But NVIDIA's firmed up again. Apple getting rejected at that little neckline, so no real breakout yet for Apple. Apple's right at the apex of this wedge pattern. Which way is it going to break? Microsoft coming in pretty hard now. Now we need NVIDIA to keep falling and complete its downside move for the Qs to break this level. Still seeing they're trying to pin it here at 443. I imagine they're not going to pin it here the whole day. That would be pretty impressive. So at some point we're going to get a big move. They're just killing the theta right now. Premium. Again, NVIDIA's firmed up. NVIDIA's now ripping again. So NVIDIA's back testing that neckline. Microsoft, Apple are falling. Google's falling, but NVIDIA alone is helping lift the Qs as we speak. Qs are trying to push. Heavier volume coming in NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA is doing the heavy lifting now. Was lagging the market. Now it's pushing it. Apple's kind of lagging. Microsoft, Google are kind of lagging. But NVIDIA's strength alone is keeping the Qs buoyant here. NVIDIA ripping. Whoa. NVIDIA is ripping here, guys. Regionals have firmed up again. Yeah, SMCI is up 0.5% now, so semis are catching another little bid. NVIDIA is still trying to go for this little bit of a resistance zone. Apple's still holding up. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Google's coming in a touch. Meta's trying to push up now. So there goes the Qs. They are trying to break this range.
Either wins over Platts before election.
So NVIDIA is pushing, continuing to push.
As I was saying, on SMCI,
I just added to my QQQ 443s.
but surrounding
I just added.
as well. This is why I was saying this morning, this leads me to believe that there is some sort of macro effect that's going to occur, whether it's catalyst driven or something that's going to happen in the next 8 to 2 weeks.
So my average is sitting at 57 cents a con on the QQQ 43s. Dollar's still weak. It is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. I'm seeing Google coming in pretty sharply now. It could hurt the communication-based stocks. NVIDIA is just monster. Pushing here. Semis are pushing. NVIDIA is ripping. So they are pushing NVIDIA up here on the charts. Qs are trying to break out. Monster move in NVIDIA, guys. Monster move in NVIDIA. Qs are now at this little resistance zone. You can see that you have kind of two little resistance pivots. Apple's still trying to flail around at this wedge pattern. Microsoft's firming up, Tesla curling down, Amazon curling down, Meta, Google trying to curl back up, NVIDIA still trying to press. Qs are still trying to press. Still just stuck in this range, right? We're back at the resistance, the high point. Really what we've seen is NVIDIA doing the heavy lifting and firming up. That's pretty much it. That's all we've really seen. Buyers are still trying to step up into the Qs here. Been a nice day? Yep, Anonymous, it has. It has. Let's see if we can make it nicer. MSOS seeing some heavier volume flow coming in. So MSOS is catching a nice little bid higher. So you're starting to see some of the spec money coming back in. Qs are still trying to push here. Tesla's lagging now, falling on the 1 minute chart. Microsoft still trying to push higher here. Google coming in from the highs. Meta's pushing. NVIDIA still remaining firm. Dixie's near the lows again. So the Dixie's near the lows again. Got the Qs pinned here. NVIDIA is holding things up steady along with the rest of the semiconductor market. So they are trying to pump up semis to keep the Qs buoyant. Seeing selling still in Tesla. Apple's a little bit weaker. Microsoft hitting the 1 minute chart resistance level. NVIDIA again back to 900. Should have kept those 895s. If we rode them to 900, that would have been a much sweeter gain, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Or I could just be dead wrong.
Apple breaking down a little bit more. Still seeing a little bit of weakness in Google creeping into the picture. Meta's still firming up. Bitcoin's testing 66,000 again.
SLB is about to break that second level I gave you guys this morning.
We'll see, Ram. We're seeing the Qs just pinned in this range, trying to press higher here and break out. So puts right now are not working at the moment. They've just been pinning us in this range. Apple looking a little bit weaker on the session. It is appearing like it's trying to come down. Microsoft still pushing up. Google curling down. Bitcoin losing 66K at the moment. NVIDIA just consolidating. Trying to create a little bit of a flag pattern. It's now 130. Heavy volume in Microsoft. Again, Tesla keeps bleeding. A little bit lower on the charts. Meta's ripping here, guys. Google's selling off. Microsoft seeing some minor sell side pressure. Qs are still just consolidating in this range. Looking to try to get above this resistance. Still just been range bound really since this candle, this 1240 candle. So last hour of trading, we've been stuck. It's really NVIDIA firmed up that lifted the Qs. You're seeing Tesla continuing, Google continuing to fall. NVIDIA's losing and testing some critical support here. A little bit more of a decline coming into the picture. Come on, Qs. Microsoft, Google selling pretty hard. Backtesting that EMA. Look how we've chopped on that EMA so many times. So many times. Right back up on the Qs. So they do not want to break it down. Apple's trying to firm back up again. 3-minute reversal. Still seeing NVIDIA come down now, just a touch. NVIDIA is starting to potentially show a little bit more weakness. A little bit more weakness. It's now 130. Apple, huge green stick on Apple there. Whoa. Monster push on Apple. Hasn't really impacted the Qs like you would think. But Apple trying to break out of a little inverse head and shoulders. pattern. NVIDIA falling here. So it seems like they keep shuffling money in and around between NVIDIA and Apple. Google selling off. Google's back to the negative side now. Microsoft still trying to press higher. NVIDIA coming back down. We're just pinning the cues here. Regionals again back to the positive side. Oil's trying to catch another buyer's bid and move higher here. So oil's trying to press higher. Nat gas still holding up 0.21% but faded from the highs. This is a crazy range we're stuck in. They're not giving anyone really anything. The only one winning in this game is market makers right now. NVIDIA seeing a little more selling. Apple tried breaking out, got slightly rejected, so no confirmed candle breakout there. Bitcoin seeing some heavier sell side pressure. Now losing 66K, potentially triggering a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's actually potentially coming down to test a neckline break. So I do think that there could be more downside in Bitcoin. Qs are now trying to retest that 443 strike zone again. Apple breaking down, NVIDIA coming. Come on, give us a big move. We've consolidated in this range for quite a long time today. It looks like they're still trying to keep us there. Still trying to keep us there. Look at that bounce off that EMA. Still just holding steady. Pretty extraordinary. NVIDIA finding some support at this upsloping trend line. Google still coming in. Bitcoin looking a little bit heavier here, guys. Bitcoin's looking a little bit heavier in this range. Humana still acting well. Semis are seeing a little bit of downside. Oil crude still trying to press a little higher here. Dollar still weak. On the hourly chart of the Qs, you did print a couple hanging man candles, which are actually typically bearish formations, but we'll see if they play out. We'll see. Yeah, no volume here at all, I know. What is the volume trends today? Trading 25 million shares on the Qs. That's light. That's light. Come on. NVIDIA going a little lower. Microsoft still holding steady. Meta's still seeing some strength. Tesla trying to curl back down. NVIDIA trying to curl back down. Wow, they're just pinning us here. This is crazy. We are approaching the apex of this wedge. NVIDIA getting a nice stick. Dollar still weak. 10-year yield only up 0.28%, so it has faded quite drastically, the 10-year yield, but they're keeping this market just pinned here. Jesus. Heavy volume coming back into NVIDIA in this region. Are they going to break us down? Are they going to keep us here? What's going to happen? All right. They seem to be breaking the little wedge pattern here. Come on. Get those 443s in the money. But again, it's just range bound. You lose this upsloping. That was your previous little neckline, which negated. You should retest this one. You should retest this upsloping one. As of now, Still no breakdown. My God, my cat. All right, 443s are approaching, guys. And again, we've tested this area so many times that eventually we're going to break and slice through it. Either buyers get exhausted at a support level or sellers get exhausted. And since we're testing it again, it's looking like the buyers are maybe running out of steam here. Big down candle in Microsoft. Come on, flush it, flush it, flush it. Come on, flush it. Apple looking a little heavy. Bitcoin still looking heavy.
Yes, sir. Can we check your text? Oh, shoot, yeah.
NVIDIA still coming in just a touch. And those 443s are in the money, but I'm still looking for more. I think we've consolidated here enough that we should see a bigger move down, at least to this 442.60 area. But again, they're just pinning us here. It's quite extraordinary. Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move higher. Wow, QQQ. Still just stuck. Apple trying to catch a bid. Google's coming in a little bit sharper now. And again, we are below that other neckline, that original one, which technically has been negated, but we are below it at the moment. And he did break down out of the wedge. No confirmed breakdown yet. Apple trying to firm up as we speak. NVIDIA as well. Wow, just like that, they push it right back up. Quite crazy. They may want to, I'd be shocked if they don't make a big move in either direction. If they pin it here, that's going to be quite insane. Microsoft firming up, Apple firming up, NVIDIA still firming up. This has got to be some of the worst volatility range that I've seen. This last little hour and a bit of trading. Absolutely a nightmare range for traders. You can see NVIDIA trying to press back higher here. Back testing this little trend line break. Bitcoin still just hovering at 65.9. Trying to come down. NVIDIA. Potential another little head and shoulders on NVIDIA that we got to watch for. Intraday. If we carve a right shoulder here. Could have another down move on NVIDIA. If it breaks the neckline, again, it's only valid if it breaks it. And the market is just pinned here for now. Apple trying to attempt another breakout. Microsoft heavy down candle. Microsoft seeing some sell side. Google had a nice little bounce. Meta's still firm. Tesla's looking weak. NVIDIA's firmed up, but potentially forming another little bearish pattern on the 1 minute chart. If we break this little neckline, NVIDIA could flush back down to 894. That would certainly most likely break the Qs out of this range. If NVIDIA triggers this little pattern, that would likely cause the Qs to fall out of this range. Look at the apex of the triangle where we're trading at right now on the Qs. That's crazy tight range. That's a crazy tight range. Google coming in now. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Apple trying to push up. NVIDIA curling slightly down. Still holding above that EMA.
So I would like to say something. Those are three more listed.
SMCI, yeah, SMCI did pop. It's up 1.2, so a nice bullish reversal on SMCI.
What's your full policy? So make sure you follow the rules. Do not ever buy in all at once. And furthermore, once you start doing that, you'll be more able to look at
All right, Qs are coming down a touch.
take a look at the gamma.
Microsoft looking a little bit weaker. NVIDIA still holding steady.
What am I going to do to mitigate my risk on this swing play? Either this week
And regionals are slightly green on the session. Qs are up 0.46. Apple making another attempt. MSOS seeing more sell side pressure. Qs are trying another attempt at breaking to the high side. Apple's trying to press, same thing with NVIDIA. Sell side pressure coming in Amazon, but Qs are trying to firm up here. We're right at the apex of this wedge. Qs are trying to press higher here. NVIDIA pressing. Qs are trying to break up. Oil continuing to show strength, consolidating bullishly on the hourly chart, a little extended on the daily chart, so consolidation will be welcomed by the bulls. Qs are trying to push back up again, still in this range, haven't broken out yet, but trying. Qs are now trying. NVIDIA still potentially forming a right shoulder on this 1 minute chart. Microsoft, Apple trying to break out here. They haven't quite done so just yet. All right, Qs are trying to break the high of this range. NVIDIA as well, trying to get a little bit of a bump. Very light volume in this range, extremely light volume. All right, Qs are trying to break out here. Microsoft, Google, Meta showing strength. NVIDIA also showing strength. Heavier volume coming in NVIDIA. Have much heavier volume coming in NVIDIA. Right ahead of the Qs, trying to potentially break this range. Dixie's still weak. Yields are still soft. Apple trying to break out here. Qs are trying to press a little bit. They're trying to break out of this little range. So Qs are making a little attempt. Bulls are trying to press it. Google, Microsoft all pressing. Tesla's catching a little bit of a bid. Still just stuck in this range though. NVIDIA still struggling at this previous little neckline. Could still be forming a little right shoulder, but it does appear the Qs are wanting to try to break out here.
Just put that Netflix prediction to the top of the next 30 minutes.
Everybody said you were first for us.
Yeah, before it explodes.
Everybody said you were first for us. Got some CI on the 1250s up over 78%. On the 1150s up over.
So again, still just range bound. You are seeing Apple trying to firm up here. Google's coming back down again. NVIDIA just range bound. Apple seeing some slight sell side pressure on heavy volume there. Qs are still, there's a little bit of a bump in the Qs. They are trying here.
This SMCI trade was key up for everyone.
Nice push up in NVIDIA and the Qs. Apple's trying to get going as well.
There's a move coming for a reason. Something's going to happen. There's a catalyst. Don't know what it is. Like I said, you don't find millions of dollars of contract or $200 above the strike price. Like, just don't do that.
All right, Qs are still pressing. A little bit higher as we see. Apple's getting a big breakout candle. Microsoft's still kind of just sideways. NVIDIA's still underneath that neckline, but trying to grind higher.
There's a difference. Now, if contracts are moving faster, there's nothing left.
Qs are now at the high of this range that we've been trading in. We're at the high of the range. Just like that, they're trying to hit it right back down. So the bears have had several attempts. The bulls have had a few attempts. Still just range bound at the moment. Seeing sell side pressure coming back into Apple, NVIDIA a little bit. Tesla's a little weak. Microsoft seeing some more selling. Google seeing a bit of selling in this range. Yeah, there's really no volume right now, which, believe it or not, actually favors upside. But Apple just keeps getting rejected here. NVIDIA still could be forming a little bit of a right shoulder. We got to watch this area very, very closely. NVIDIA is still trying to remain firm. Microsoft and Apple are coming in just a touch Amazon's still firm, pressing. Meta's still firm. Seeing some minor sellers. Apple's weighing in on the market. Potential failed breakout there on Apple. Got to watch that one closely. A bit more sell side pressure. Again, still just range bound at the moment, guys. Still just range bound at the moment. Dollar really hasn't moved. It's trending lower. Microsoft looking a little bit heavier in this range. NVDA, potential right shoulder on watch. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to break down and trigger another little head and shoulders. Remember, we've triggered quite a few today on NVIDIA, and they all have played out. So what that tells me is NVIDIA is seeing distribution. Although it is positive, it is seeing distribution in this range. Just got an alert on Ulta Beauty. It's tagging that EMA 113 on the weekly chart. So Ulta, huge dump there. You are into some weekly chart support now. Look at this EMA. Probably gets a bounce here. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right, so a little bit of a decline there. NVIDIA right at that neckline. Again, if we trigger this, NVIDIA should have a pretty sharp fall in the last couple hours of trading here. So Apple breaking down, getting rejected. It does look like the Qs are a little heavy, but again, you're just in the same range. Same range at the moment. NVIDIA, let's see if NVIDIA wants to break down here. Apple had a failed breakout. Meta's looking a little bit heavier. Amazon seeing some sellers. Tesla seeing some sellers. Apple looking really heavy. It's coming in pretty hot right now. Microsoft's still firm. Google's still curling up. So there is still pockets of strength in these QQQ markets. Regionals are up slightly, 0.11% on the session. Again, we're looking at oil. Nat gas has actually gone negative now, so that's not good for nat gas. That chart was looking a little bit more bullish today, still holding that 186 critical zone on nat gas, but definitely showing some signs of weakness here late into the day. Still seeing the Qs just pinned in this range. NVIDIA holding that neckline right now. That's typical standard affair. If something approaches the neckline, it usually gets a bounce and then the break. So we'll see if that occurs. In this case, Apple's still looking very, very heavy here. Notice how Apple's breached the EMA in orange here. Qs are sitting right on it. NVIDIA's slightly above it. Microsoft's slightly above it. Meta's starting to curl down here just a touch. Dixie's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. All right, NVIDIA's trying to test that neckline break. Let's see what we can get. Apple's still trending lower. Are we finally going to break out of this range that we've been stuck in since this 1240 candle, about an hour and 20 minutes? Microsoft coming in a little bit more now. Google's still firm. Meta's still holding up okay at the moment. NVIDIA right on that neckline. So I have 1 minute chart support at this 442.70 zone. 10-minute chart support is all the way down at 442.38. Things are still trying. Google pressing higher. Google back to the green side. Microsoft could potentially go negative today. It's only up 0.24%, so a little bit of underperformance in Microsoft's chart. Let's see Mr. Softy. So Mr. Softy is showing a little bit of signs of weakness now. NVIDIA catching that neckline bounce, still holding up okay. Qs again just pinned in this range. Wow, quite extraordinary. Microsoft seeing more sellers, now below the EMA. So you have Apple and Microsoft now below the 1 minute EMA. That should help push the Qs a little lower here. QQQ right back up. So NVIDIA trying to come back down a bit. Microsoft's holding steady. Apple's still curling down. Meta curling down. QQQ just stuck in this range. Dollar's going for new lows. Again, QQQ just pinned in this range. No breakdown yet on NVIDIA. No breakdown yet on Microsoft. Still just range bound. So here you have another scenario where Microsoft is trying to break down. Sorry, Microsoft trying to push up, NVIDIA trying to push. So Qs are trying to push up. Again, NVIDIA broke the neckline, but Microsoft's trying to break out here. Big push coming into the Qs. Really big push in the Qs. Okay. So Qs are trying to push up. Big surge in Microsoft, NVIDIA here late in the session. They are pumping this market again. We're still in the same range, just kind of killing all of the data in the market at the moment. Nat gas is falling a little bit sharper now. NVIDIA ripping, Qs are ripping. Final 2 hours of trading here. Microsoft, monster move on Microsoft. Tesla, trying to firm up. Google, Meta, everything across the board except for Bitcoin is lagging. So a huge continuation move occurring. Sorry, my dog's barking. So even with this big surge in Microsoft, big surge in Google, big surge in NVIDIA there, Qs are still just range bound. Haven't really broken out yet. So Microsoft's still trying to gun higher here. NVIDIA as well, still negating that neckline. Still potentially a little bit of a lower high. Qs again, just back testing that previous little neckline. Yeah, theta does hurt. I totally get it if you want to cut it. I totally get it. Unfortunately, should have taken profits a little bit long ago, but it is what it is. You know, again, that's why options are always risky. Zero DTs are always risky. You got to always size it for a loss because things like this can happen where you just get stuck in a range and there's no volatility. You know, both the bulls and the bears are kind of getting chopped up here at the moment because, again, the Qs still just range bound. They are attempting a little bit of a breakout here. Volume is coming in. So we might see a potential little breakout out of this range. Apple's still struggling a bit. Google's now coming in. NVIDIA and Microsoft doing the heavy lifting. Bitcoin breaking down. Bitcoin's triggering a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. So Bitcoin's actually breaking down as we speak. Potential head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart of BTC. Take a look at this. Nice little breakdown. Wow, it's windy here today. The lake looks like the ocean. So again, no real stopping in Microsoft at the moment. It's still holding steady and trying to push. Although NVIDIA still potentially could be forming a right shoulder here. You haven't broken down officially yet. Meta curling down, Google curling down. Apple trying to hold steady. Qs again, just stuck in this range. Heavy volume did come in there. Really heavy volume. A little bit more sell side. You can see that the bulls have had now 1, 2, 3 attempts at breaking down. The bears have had 1, 2, 3 attempts at breaking down. So it's 3-3, even Steven at the moment, still in the same range. Dixie new lows, so the Dixie's new lows. You know, I'm quite surprised that the indices actually haven't broken out here, considering the Dixie weakness. NVIDIA seeing a little bit more selling. Google coming in. Microsoft still consolidating. A little bit more sell side pressure in the Qs. A little more sell side pressure in semis. Apple starting to weaken, Google starting to weaken, Amazon coming in a touch, NVIDIA potentially coming down to trigger the neckline again. We'll see if it breaks it. As of now, we have not triggered a head and shoulders on NVIDIA, but it is showing some signs that potentially again, we're hovering right above that key channel of this channel that we've been chopping in for quite a long time, really since this gap up zone at the middle of March, around the 20th. So Microsoft strong, NVIDIA looking a little weak, Apple's coming in, Meta's coming in. It's now last hour and 45 minutes left in trading. And we've gone nowhere for the last couple hours. Some individual names like Microsoft have firmed up and broken out. NVIDIA firmed up, but again, NVIDIA is still seeing some distribution. It's only up 0.5%. Qs are up 0.5%. Russell's up 0.8. SPY's up 0.3. Markets were deeply negative earlier on, and then they had a massive rally, an extension move. NVIDIA trying to break down a little bit more. Regionals have gone negative again, so KRE just went negative. Market's looking a little bit heavier. Microsoft's coming in. NVIDIA right at that neckline again. Pivotal area for NVIDIA. QQQ right back down to the EMA 113. Again, I am seeing regionals breaking down, which is not a good sign for the market. Especially the Russell. It also can hinder the Qs. NVIDIA bouncing right at that neckline again. So still trying to hold steady and firm. A little bit more of a breakdown coming. Is this the point where we break the range to the downside? Let's find out. Closed me my position. It can dump now. Thanks, Anonymous. Hopefully we break the range and get us some put side money here. All right, NVIDIA triggering a head and shoulders. Bigger decline there in NVIDIA. Qs are potentially coming for a late day sell side program. Again, we've been chopping in this range, so Microsoft backtesting support. 443 puts are coming up here, potentially into the money. NVIDIA downside is now around 895, 894. That's where NVIDIA should fall to. Meta, Google looking heavy, Apple looking heavy. All right, so we're seeing more sell side pressure coming into the Qs. Since we've traded and chopped at this range for quite a long time, we could make a really big move down. But again, it does seem like they're just trying to keep us pinned in this range. You can see NVIDIA is hitting this upsloping trend line of support, which is why it's bouncing there. Microsoft needs to hold this little back test zone, or else it runs the risk of falling lower. Qs are trying to bounce. NVIDIA is bouncing, but you have weakness in Meta now. Weakness in Meta, but NVIDIA is getting a hard bounce here. Qs are at the low end of the range. Bears are trying to break it, but bulls are defending 443 with their life Holy. This is insane. This is insane. Regionals catching another little bid. Dixie still at the lows. Potential double bottom on the Dixie. We'll find out. Google Meta still looking a little bit heavier. Catching a bid. Q's right back up. Wow. Just as it seems like we're getting a down candle, they give the Q's a facelift. Now NVIDIA is back testing this little neckline. Currently trying to get above it. Q's right back up. Nat gas and oil falling a little bit more. Big bounce on Microsoft there. So breakout buyers back testing and holding support. Palo Alto at the lows. That one got absolutely demolished again. Nat gas again did go negative. The bulls kind of fumbled a couple percent. But wow, just back in the range again, guys. Just back in the same tight range as we speak. NVIDIA is still seeing some buyers trying to step up there. NVIDIA firming up, negating that head and shoulders. So NVIDIA is now negating. Now there's a new one that we have to watch out for. It's using this new neckline. So NVIDIA did get a 1 minute close, so it's actually negated that little neckline. Qs are trying to push up, Apple pushing, Meta still curling down, Bitcoin still looking heavy in this range. Amazon seeing some minor selling. So since NVIDIA negated that head and shoulders, now we can calculate a downside move. If we from this pivot high to that pivot high, and if you breach that neckline now, this lower boundary one, and you have a move down to 893. Whether or not that happens today, it could, but not as likely. Not as likely considering they're trying to pin us here. Google catching another bid. Apple's trying to firm up. Microsoft's still trying to hold its breakout. NVIDIA trying to hold above that little neckline. Regionals still down slightly. Actually, they're slightly green. Regionals are slightly green. Still have the Russell outperforming the Qs. Qs outperforming SPY. SPY underperforming, but still positive. Oil's taking a breather, losing 85 a barrel. So oil's starting to sell off now. It's looking to close inside of yesterday's high. Notice though in this consolidation range, the Qs did briefly make a new wick low. So potential lower low in this consolidation range, potential lower high. NVIDIA coming back down again. Dollar still at the lows, down 0.5%. VIX down 2%. 10-year yield only up 0.18%. 2-year yield's actually negative at the moment, guys. Nat gas really struggling. Let's see if this is the sell side program that takes us back down on the Qs. As of now, still just stuck in the same range. I feel like I'm a broken record here, guys. I apologize. But really, there's no real price action that we're seeing. Just pinned in the range. NVIDIA trying to make another move, still currently under that previous little neckline. Microsoft looking strong. Apple trying to firm up. Google, Meta also firming up. Amazon curling down. Tesla also trying to firm up here. NVIDIA, a little bit more sell side pressure. Bitcoin, again, triggering that head and shoulders. It's now seeing more downside. Bitcoin is seeing more downside, guys. Google curling down. Meta seeing some sellers. Q's still range bound. Dixie's trying to catch a little bit of a bid now. Potential. You got a 10-minute bottoming tail. Now it is trying to firm up. So let's look at this Dixie chart. Let's see, the Dixie is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Let's see if that finally forces the Qs lower. Again, the Dixie's been weak all session. All session, the Dixie's been weak. Potential double bottom on the Dixie chart. Let's see, the Dixie's trying to break out of this little downtrending zone. Oil's still softening some more. QQQ finally testing 443 and breaking it again. Let's see if we actually finally break this range. Not really much support in this bar. So if we break this range, believe it or not, you could flush to this gap fill around this 442.20 zone. But we have to break this range. Dixie trying to break out here. Dixie is trying to break out. Amazon dumping some more. Meta, Apple curling down. NVIDIA trying to bounce. QQQ trying to bounce. We're at the low end of the range again. Can the bears finally push it lower here? NVIDIA still just hovering. Still just finding buyers here. Heavier volume coming into nat gas at the moment. We are seeing nat gas trying to see some more buying. Huge volume in nat gas. Qs are again being defended at the moment. Some crazy price action in nat gas at the moment.
And we were trying to make it more fair for everybody.
Qs are still being defended at 443 here. NVIDIA is seeing some more sellers trying to break down now. There's NVIDIA. Let's keep a look at Mr. Softy again. So NVIDIA is continuing to break down here, guys. It is applying more pressure to the Qs. Microsoft still holding steady. Let's look at Apple. Again, Apple's trying to hold firm as well. Had a little bit of an attempt at a breakout, which failed. Qs are still just hovering at this 443. Again, the The fact that we're still in this range is quite amazing, and it does make me think we're either going to be a big flush or a big pop. We typically don't stay in a range like this without a big move one way or another. Alright, there's a potential little lower low again in this range. Let's see if we can break this support zone. NVIDIA is testing this key little area again. Let's see, NVIDIA is finding support at this upsloping trend line. Alright, there goes the Qs again. Heavier volume coming in. Apple also seeing some sellers. That should help push things a little bit lower. Right now, buyers are trying to step up and defend this area. Alright, Qs are still trying to fall here. Look at this, finally breaking down out of a range. Here comes the flush. I'm still riding my 443 puts. Getting a big bounce though. Apple's still falling. Come on, break it down. Break it down and push for this gap. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Microsoft, Apple still holding steady. Look at that. They're bouncing it ever so hard. Wow. Still seeing some potential signs that we could go a little lower here. Big dump on Apple there. Big dump on Apple. Wow, that was a huge fat finger trader maybe. Maybe not. NVIDIA trying to come back down to this neckline. We'll see if it holds. And they're still defending the Qs here. Trying to pop NVIDIA. Big wick down on Apple. Got wicked back up. Microsoft's looking a little bit heavier in this region. Again, regionals are back to the negative side. NVIDIA getting a really big pop here. Heavy volume on NVIDIA. Apple's coming back down. Microsoft still seeing sellers. Google coming in. Bitcoin selling a little bit sharper now. So BTC is still selling a little bit sharper. NVIDIA now testing that neckline. So let's see if we can break this zone on NVIDIA and get a flush in the late session, potentially triggering a head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Let's see. We're going to wait and find out. Qs are trying to break down from this range, but they're trying to prop it up and defend it. You can see NVIDIA, Apple, big green stick back on the Qs. Retesting 443. So still fierce price action. Nat Gas got a nice little pop back to the positive side for Nat Gas. Still have an hour and 30 minutes left of trading. Let's see if the Qs and NVIDIA want to come back down for more sell side pressure. Big bounce coming into Microsoft and Apple firming up here. Wow. Crazy. Back to the range, guys. We are just back to the range. NVIDIA is still struggling at this previous little resistance. Let's see if it wants to come down for more selling, bouncing off the neckline. So no head and shoulders has triggered on NVIDIA yet, but it is starting to come down. A little bit more pressure on NVIDIA. Qs are still pumping here. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Meta ripping here. Apple trying to firm up. NVIDIA is still looking a little weak at the moment. QQQ right back up into the range. Back testing the EMA 113. Looking a little bit more bullish. The fact that Apple's trying to firm up. Geez, right back to the same range. Quite extraordinary. Still holding the top of that channel from the middle of March. Apple trying to firm up there. Qs are still pushing right back up. Strength in Meta, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA pushing. Big push there in the Qs. Really big push. Again, that gas trying to firm up. Look at the Qs right back in this range. Now are the bulls going to make another attempt at breaking out? It's looking like they're going to try. Dixie's still trying to press a little bit higher here. Regional banks are still seeing some downward pressure. Apple's starting to rip though. So NVIDIA is still somewhat struggling here, but you've had Apple firm up quite sharply. Apple has firmed up quite sharply. Microsoft seeing a little bit more sellers. NVIDIA, again, testing this little neckline. Still on watch for potential bigger breakdown in NVIDIA. Still got lots of time, hour and 20 minutes to see this potential head and shoulders play out. As of now, the Qs are just right back in the same range, 1240 range. Apple seeing some sellers. Oil's bouncing off the hourly chart support. MSOS trying to build a little bit of a flag pattern to potentially move higher. So MSOS showing some signs of life. Still have a really big volume gap on the downside of the Qs here. Really big volume gap. But as of now, Qs are still trying to press a little bit higher. Dixie's also trying to press a little bit higher. NVIDIA's trying to firm up. Apple's going for another potential attempt at breaking out. Microsoft's curling down. Meta's going for new highs on the session. Trying to, at least.
I also think, Ash, that the big revenue coming for EVs, those are really, so they're selling a lot more now, right? 1% of the queue, where we're selling millions a year, is the battery things.
Dixie's still trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag on the 5-minute chart.
That's very expensive. That's what, $20,000 right now. And most people can't afford it. And the leasing companies are not going over there.
Apple's getting a big stick. Apple's actually trying to break out again. So Apple's making another attempt at trying to break out. That's definitely helpful for the Qs. Meta had a big pop to the upside. NVIDIA's still struggling, not really participating at the moment. Google just made new highs there. Meta almost made a new high. We're seeing the NVIDIA putting a little bit of pressure on the Qs, trying to curl down at the moment. Bitcoin back testing that neckline, so trying to recapture its head and shoulders breakdown. Meta's still pushing. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sellers, but trying to hold 422.68. NVIDIA trying to hold this 898 level, 899. Tesla's firmed up, trading at 168, up 1% on the session. Google coming in just a touch here. Meta's still trying to push higher. NVIDIA's still really trading at this little neckline zone. All right, NVIDIA's coming back down yet again. The rest of the semis are still holding fair. SMCI up 2.88%. Huge reversal in SMCI. It was down almost 3 or 4% earlier on the session. Now it's up almost 3, outperforming pretty much every other semiconductor. All right, here comes NVIDIA. Is it going to break this neckline now? Or is it going to hold? It is dragging the Qs down single-handedly at the moment. All right, NVIDIA's testing this neckline yet again, guys. Microsoft having a big dump as well. Apple still holding steady. Look at the dump on Microsoft. Microsoft potential head and shoulders breakdown here. Microsoft could flush to 422. NVIDIA again testing that neckline break. Microsoft has triggered one, and you're getting a confirmed candle in the next 47 seconds. NVIDIA still fighting. Apple still fighting. Big decline in Microsoft. Meta is now coming in. So Microsoft is single-handedly weighing in on the Qs quite substantially at the moment, getting a little bit of a buyer's bid now. No confirmed breakdown on Microsoft. Microsoft still could go negative today, but still just stuck in the same range. Google is now coming in a little bit sharper. Meta as well. So no break on NVIDIA yet, no neckline break. They are defending it. Microsoft did break, but no confirmed break. Apple's still looking stronger. Meta trying to bounce. NVIDIA now coming in a little bit more. Amazon just sideways. And there goes NVIDIA, guys. So that will hurt the Qs. That should hurt the Qs. As of now, Qs are just holding steady. So again, NVIDIA is triggering this little head and shoulders, guys. Downside target takes us to about 893. Microsoft as well has triggered one. So this is where we could finally see the Qs break this range. It is shaping up potentially to the downside. Apple coming in now. Meta, Google still holding up. A little bit more of a decline on Apple. MU new high. So back to the 443 level, and we are seeing Microsoft sell pretty hard here. Surprised the Qs haven't fallen much more. Still pinned at this 443 zone. Again, NVIDIA looking for more downside. Microsoft's continuing to fall. Apple's coming in. Google now, Meta now. So you have more weakness creeping into the Qs. NVIDIA's still holding steady. Microsoft's almost to the negative side. Amazon now falling. Google coming in. All right, NVIDIA trying to take another wave of selling. Microsoft, huge bounce. Apple, no bounce yet. Microsoft did get a really big wick there, so it's helping the Qs in the short term. NVIDIA is still looking for more downside. Oil seeing a little bit more downward pressure. Regionals are still slightly negative on the session. NVIDIA coming back down. NVIDIA is still looking heavy in this region, guys. NVIDIA again still coming down. That head and shoulders has triggered, guys. So looking for more weakness in semis and the Qs as we're continuing to fall here. We will be entering power hour. Again, the target of NVIDIA is 894, 893, give or take. Microsoft also coming down a bit more. Amazon, Google, Meta still holding up okay. Again, still trading above this range, but if we break these pivots, we could flush to this gap fill. This huge volume gap. Microsoft still coming. Apple still holding steady. Meta trying to hold steady. Google coming in just a touch. Tesla's trying to hold steady. Here comes the bears. Another attempt at finally breaking us out of this range. Are we going to get a flush? Or are they going to still hold us here at support?
also caution people when there's really, really big news driving a big move. That's another time frame. The bands are not going to take news from so like Disney's a perfect example.
Microsoft getting a bounce, Apple getting a bounce, Google still trying to come down, NVIDIA just chopping a little bit sideways at the moment. And the downside target on NVIDIA is around this 894, pierce of 894. You can see the Qs are just trying to hold this area now. Again, trying to just hold this area.
By the time it gets to that upper green overbought band, that's a good time to consider exiting that trade. Because it is likely to not go that much higher. Because
Microsoft trying to catch a bounce. Selling coming in Meta. Heavy volume now in Meta. And I'm seeing Meta seeing some sell side pressure at the moment. Chop it down. Chop it down. There was enough consolidation here. Enough theta killed and crushed. Come on. Break this pivot. NVIDIA's trying to bounce a little bit. Still seeing Google, Amazon curling down a touch. Are the bulls going to throw in the towel here? Or Algo's just going to keep us pinned? At this point, it looks like we're just staying pinned still.
sometimes there is, but again, in the market, you never say never. When I'm talking like 75%.
All right, there's a little bit of a range break. Let's look for more. Let's see if we get more. Let's see if we get a flush. NVIDIA still hasn't hit downside. Microsoft still hasn't hit its downside. Meta, Google coming in. Amazon coming in now. NVIDIA still coming in. Apple holding firm. There's a bigger breakdown on NVIDIA and the Qs. There's the breakdown. All right, guys, I'm all out of my QQQ 443 put. Boom. Sold at 60 cents a con. Made a small chunk of profit on that trade after being down and being eaten up in this premium. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go negative here. So the theta was killing me on the QQQs, which is why even when we were at 443, my cons weren't in the money. So I had to dip down here around this 442.65 area, and then it put my 443 put in the money. I made about, what did I say? I sold at 60 cents. I made 4 cents a con after I was down quite substantially. So, I mean, it just shows you, even though our 443 put was in the money, it's that time decay, right? That time is your worst enemy. It just eats you up.
yes. I would put money in that. Our back testing also shows that VWAP is great for those injuries.
Guys, I'm going to do a lotto play 442 put. I'm just going to buy 13 contracts. Got filled at 13 cents. This is sized for loss. I'm expecting to lose this trade. But it's just a lotto play 442 put. Got filled at 13 cents. Sorry, 20 contracts at 13 cents. All right, let's see what else I can find here.
All right, guys, I need to jump. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. I'll catch you guys next week.
Bye. See you later. Have a great day.
Later, guys.
By the way, I'm going for these predictions that I've got hitting the Tesla 9 to hit right away. Why would keep it in? I mean, they make no sense. So feel pretty good on that. IDF had that dip down. That one hit. So definitely have to check these ones out there for now. You know, keep this out.
Yeah, might have been doing pretty well actually too. Disney downside.
Microsoft continuing to break down here. Apple looking heavy. Amazon, Google, Meta all curling down at the moment.
I tend to see some setups better on when they're like on the bullish side of things, right? Or on the bearish side of things.
Yeah.
Read the market differently. It's nice to have like a fresh.
All right, bigger decline in NVIDIA. QQQ still coming down. Microsoft looking heavy in this range.
I gotta jump here in a minute, guys. Yeah, waiting for time to push out. Predictions are up there. Last time posted my timeline if you want to see them. You can also pretty easily just subscribe to anybody to follow that inside of quick trip. You can just get an alert as an email whenever they cook up some predictions. We're on fire this season. I mean, the season started on the days off.
MSOS starting to uptick here.
Which is nuts as a team average, right? So even with those that are kind of not just coming shy, just moving to the top of my team, 87% that he's batting. I'm batting 84%, but I think some of these are going to be hitting on the floor up to around 86% by the end of the day. So pretty excited to see these. No one to see. So
MSOS seeing some heavier volume, guys.
jump in. Plus, you can win some money. You just need to make like one prediction that hits at 50% for a day, and then you get a streak going. So not hard at all to do. Ash, you got any other comments here?
It's been great. Really enjoyed this space station hour. That's all. We enjoyed it.
Guys, I'll turn it back over to you.
No worries, Ash. Nick Cranberry, always appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much. You guys have been great. Have a great day.
Finally someone decent. I love when I heard from Ash or who else that jumped in. It's like, man, all those spy predictions are flipping the other way right now. I was watching, I was like, okay, I'm waiting on this back test to start getting short. And I heard him say that, and I was like, yep, they're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, there's my money in it.
Qs are still coming in, guys. Those 442s are printing quite nicely. They are printing quite nicely.
Yeah. And you can see their track record.
All right, guys, 442s are coming in. All right, guys, I'm all out of those 442s. Just sold there at 22 cents a con, so took it from 13 to 22.
Watching NVDA looks awful. That's what I was saying. If I inverted the chart on NVIDIA or SPY, either one, then one can give it up slowly. Just made over the last on the 5 minute, we're making lower lows. We got to recapture its over. Nice lower highs since the high day. So lower high since the high day. Right. Yes, that's like about towards 67, 52, 67. But short bounced off of the today.
So we're still seeing the Qs. Sorry, guys, I know there's a couple questions there, but I'm just looking at some trades for members. I'm entering a few new positions, so members, stay tuned. There's a couple of alerts that I'm about to send out here. I'm just taking some positions. So just give me a second. I will try to answer those questions momentarily. Look at this MSOS, guys. Look at this MSOS. Where's Chris when you need him? Where's Chris when you need him? Look at this. I think Aurora Cannabis is flying here. ACB, ticker ACB. Canopy Growth. What's Canopy doing right now? Canopy is up 20% and ripping, guys. Marijuana stocks are flying here. Look at Aurora. Aurora's up 40%, guys. 40%. Didn't even realize that. That's quite extraordinary. All right, MSOS still trying to press higher. NVIDIA catching a really big bid here. Yeah, just give me a sec, guys.
a wrap, y'all. I'm going to Mexico. I love you all, the whole audience. Love you guys.
Dixie's trying to press a little bit higher. MSOS is flying here, guys. Flying to the high side. Big bounce in the Qs there. Qs are still just stuck in this range, looking like they're forming a little bit of a bear flag to move lower. Seeing Microsoft seeing some more heavy sell side pressure at the moment. Bitcoin again coming in just a touch. Qs are still looking like they're trying to come down here, guys. Qs are still looking like they're trying to come down. Palo Alto, just no love for Palo Alto. Keeps getting demolished. All right, should we try to do a little bit of a 0 DTE play? All right, I know there's some questions here, guys. I know there's some questions here. So I'll try to help review them. All right. Let's see. What is the bounce level for Pan W? Yeah, that's a good question. What is the bounce level? That's a really good question. You know, at this point, it's looking like it wants to go to gap fill, maybe even this little 50% retrace zone. So no love for I think that based off this RSI divergence, you're going to get probably one more little lower low. So I'd just be patient with this one. I'd wait. All right, it's common sense. Does that mean contracts would be more valuable at let's say 441? I saw a video where profit projections was graphed out on a call calendar spreads. Unsure if it works the same way with 0DT. So yeah, 0DTs are wild because, again, at the end of the day, you have your cons expiring. Either they're expiring in the money, they're expiring worthless. You're either going to make a win or make a loss. So the time aspect, and the longer and the closer it gets to the end of the day, if you're out of the money, the more that those become worthless. The theta just kills you. So, for instance, when we took the 443s, even though that time aspect was against us, basically, even when we hit 443, we had a 443 put. We were still down on the trade by a few pennies. It was only until we hit this 442.60 zone where we finally went green on the trade, and that's where I scaled out of the position. So, even that's where the timing aspect makes it so difficult, because you're trying to bet where stock is going to go at a specific price and time. And options 0DTEs are just ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Qs are still coming in here, guys. QQQ still coming in. NVIDIA getting wrecked. Probably wish I still held those puts, but don't have them. All right, let's see if we can get a QQQ call play here. 0DT call play. Markets are under a lot of pressure. Microsoft falling. Wow, look at that. Whoa. They're just taking the Qs to the woodshed here. High risk lotto play, guys. I'm going to take a 443 call on the Qs. 443 call on the Qs. I got filled at 51 cents a con. NVIDIA did satisfy that downside target. Yeah, wild price action. Anonymous made some money, still feel like shit. Hey, that's okay. You'll start coming around. Sorry, it's a 442 call that I took, not a 443. A 442 call. My apologies. Wrong strike price there. And we are still falling. Whoa, look at this precipitous fall. Jeepers. They are really dumping this market. I wish I still had that. I added to the position there, guys. I did add to the position. Holy. That's intense price action. Look at this. Jesus, guys. What a sell-off. What a sell-off. Oh my God. Look at the torrential downpour. They're just absolutely taking it to the woodshed. Added to the position again, guys. But that was a huge fall in the Qs. Was there news, guys? Was there news? Is there news? Whoa. Look at this fall, guys. Holy mackerel. Guys, I added to the position again. down on the trade at the moment. Average sitting at 21 cents a con. Damn. That was intense, guys. Microsoft still no bounce. Everything just got clapped there, guys. Everything got clapped. Let's see if they want to bounce this at all. They are trying to bounce it a little bit. What an insane dump there, guys. What an insane dump. Let's see if we can get a bounce. Microsoft's trying. NVIDIA's still weak. QQQ is trying. All right, guys, I'm all out of the Qs there. 442 sold at 23 cents a con, made 2 cents there. That even went beyond where I thought I was going to go. Wow. Made 3 cents a con there. Holy. That was insane, guys. That was absolutely insane. That came out of nowhere. That dump came out of nowhere, guys. That might be news. I don't know if there's news. I'm not really seeing any headlines. NVIDIA went negative there. Microsoft went negative. Still not really seeing any headlines. That was a pretty rough decline there in the market. That was a really, really rough decline. You can see the Qs are getting a really big bid at the moment. Just shows you things can continue to get more oversold. That was a nasty, nasty little decline. Still managed to eke out 2 cents of those 442s. That was insane. That was insane. I wish I still held my puts. And it just shows you how much they were chopping you, and then they rip it back down on you. Regionals again got demolished off of that decline. So regionals are still struggling. Again, Microsoft negative at the moment. That was some crazy price. Let's see what oil's doing. Nat gas still okay. Oil still okay. Pan W still just falling sharply here at the lows of the session on Palo Alto. Nice job, Mike. Nice job. Wait, were you? Yeah, you were holding 440 puts. That's great. Again, that lotto play did work out on the Qs simultaneously. But that was a nasty little breakdown on the Qs. That's kind of what we were waiting for all day, and they never gave it to us. They really never gave it to us. That was quite extraordinary. That was quite extraordinary. Yeah, exactly. the heck? That's not cool. I don't know where that is. That's weird. That's super strange. Qs are trying to catch a really big bid here. Trying to firm up. That was a nasty technical breakdown in many names. That was a nasty little breakdown. Why the heck? That's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. IQ, how's that holding up? Still holding up. I'm thinking about swinging overnight 270 calls on Pan W. I'm thinking of swinging those I'm looking at April 12th expiry. Cons right now are about 545, between 525, 540. It's getting really oversold intraday. This one could have, a 1 to 3% pop, enough to get us, a nice 10, 20% win potential. Regionals continuing to break down. KRE looking rather bleak at the moment. KRE's looking rather bleak. Markets are still under a lot of pressure right now. Markets are still under immense pressure at the moment. You're seeing the Qs breaking down pretty sharply at the moment. You actually have the SOXS green now. Qs and SPY are negative. Can you believe that? Qs are looking like they're trying to come down yet again. Final 25 minutes of trading here. Still seeing NVIDIA and Microsoft looking exceptionally heavy. Dixie got a nice little spike. Apple's what? Exploring robots? Is that what that said? Let's see if they give this a little bit of a facelift late into the session. Beautiful fall on MSTR. Yep. MSTR did have a nice fall. So again, Russell's still positive, but you have the Qs and the S&P turning negative. Actually, Qs are still slightly green. Qs are still slightly green. Yes, I'm still live. I'm still live here. Big bounce there in the Qs. Again, regional banks are kind of breaking down at the moment. Still super, super weak on the session. Still seeing Amazon. Meta had a nice recovery. It's still up 1.37% Meta. So Meta's been strong on the back of Google. How did all the algos sell like that? Yeah, it's a good question, right? It's a really good question. Not the healthiest looking chart for NVIDIA at the moment. Still daily charts looking constructive, but definitely seeing some weakness. Nat gas again fading. Palo Alto just can't get out of its own way. As of today, Apple has not triggered the neckline of its head and shoulders pattern. They are appearing to try to give the Qs a little bit of a facelift here. Google still coming down, Meta remaining firm. Apple trading at 169.50. Qs are slightly green, SPY negative, Russell still up 0.5%. So again, NVIDIA, Microsoft negative, Apple showing some signs of strength. You look at the daily chart of Apple here, and you can clearly see that it actually hasn't broken. It's trying to hold that neckline at the moment. Let me just erase all this. Apple's trying to hold the neckline as we speak. Qs are getting a nice little push. Russell 2000 getting a little bit of a push. Dixie taking a breather. Silver's up 3.4. Monster move in silver. Nice little rally in Apple coming into the picture. They are appearing to give this a facelift. Nice little ramp up. Huge push in the Qs there. Big, big push. Tesla's still just struggling here. no love for Tesla. No love for Tesla. All right, so let's see if we get a little bit of a late day surge. They are trying to give the markets a little bit of a facelift. Just going to actually erase all of these. Qs are still trying to firm up here. I could see the Qs at least retesting 442 off of this little bit of a push. Tesla's still dumping. Apple's still pressing. Microsoft, Google still pushing a little bit higher. So the indices have had a really big bounce off of the lows. You're now tagging some near-term resistance. Let's see if they want to drop it down or pop it. Final 20 minutes of trading, guys. Final 20 minutes of trading. Tesla's getting a nice boost. There's a little bit of a down candle there. A little bit of a fat finger trade on Apple. Qs are still just moving constructively higher here into the final 20 minutes. Again, I issued quite a bit of alerts today to my members. If you're interested in to see what trades I've taken, definitely visit tradingcapital.ca. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, right? It's been a wild ride. Google softening a bit. Bitcoin's still trending a little bit lower at the moment. Still inside of a heavy breakdown bearish bar on the Qs. Apple's trying to firm up. Same thing with Microsoft. Look at Apple going for 170. You can see that they're trying to push this market up, but there's still some sellers just sitting and grabbing all that liquidity. I can see NVIDIA trying. I can see the buy pressure is still fierce, but there's a big seller trying to keep this market at bay at the moment. Bitcoin's still trending lower. Meta's pushing up. Dixie's softening just a touch. Qs are liking that. They are trying to push a little bit higher here. Apple's going for new highs. MSOS still trying to push. Seems like they're trying to pin the Qs here now. Seems like they are trying to pin the Qs a little bit here. All right, we are starting to see a little bit more weakness. Apple's still gunning 170s. 170 calls hit. Still seeing the NASDAQ catching another bid here. Microsoft's back green. NVIDIA's still somewhat lagging at the moment. Again, Apple's had a really big bid at the moment. Should find some sellers here at the 170 strike zone. But Qs are still trying to move up here. Microsoft, Meta, Google all firming up. The Russell 2000 had a big bid higher. NVIDIA coming in. Yep, CGC is up 30%. MSOS kind of lagging, but still up 3%. And the market's been going through a little bit of sell side pressure. Aurora Cannabis is up over 40. And you are seeing marijuana stocks outperform here ahead of the election cycle, which makes a lot of sense. NVIDIA coming lower at the moment. QQQ seeing some more buyers stepping in. Let's see which way they're going to push this. All right, Qs are starting to push up here. Microsoft still trending higher. Google pushing, Meta still pushing, Apple still pushing, NVIDIA still just floundering. Final 15 minutes, guys. Final 15 minutes. And again, NVIDIA and Microsoft are actually both negative slightly. Microsoft's really flat. NVIDIA's down 0.4. The SOX ETF is still holding some positivity. Yep, that announcement could be coming, right? That announcement could be coming. NVIDIA breaking lower now. NVIDIA is falling a little bit sharper. So we'll see if that wants to weigh in on the cues. As of now, they're still holding up steady. Apple's still holding steady. Microsoft's still holding steady. Google's still pressing. Meta's still pressing. No real sellers yet. NVIDIA is really the one that's lagging at the moment. NVIDIA is still struggling in this range. Apple's still trying to firm up and hold steady. Microsoft seeing some selling. Google seeing some selling. Tesla trying to bounce here. Net cues are just pinned in this range at the moment. NVIDIA is still trending a little bit lower. It's not really hurting the cues right now because you still have some strength, but it should impact the cues a little bit. 13 minutes left, guys. 13 minutes left. Cues are still trying to push. NVIDIA is trying to bounce. Apple's trying to hold. Michael's saying we should, yeah, okay, I read that. Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg reported to be the big buyers pushing price up. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. NVIDIA is still falling. When's this going to hurt the cues? NVIDIA is falling a lot sharper now. Let's see if they want to flush NVIDIA. It's now down 0.65%. They're hitting Microsoft a little bit. Apple's still strong. Meta, Google still strong. Amazon still strong. They're hitting NVIDIA, though, late in the session here. Still keeping the cues at this 442 zone. Quite impressive to see the market still holding resiliency, even though NVIDIA is coming lower here. So the strength is Google, Apple at the moment. Let's see if it can hold, though. So they are trying to bounce NVIDIA now, which is giving the cues a little bit of extra oomph. Whoops. Let me switch back to that chart. Seeing Amazon, Meta curling down a bit. Microsoft as well. NVIDIA still trying to hold this level. Apple still strong. Qs are hitting some resistance at the moment, but still looking to press a little bit higher through mega caps. A little bit of a down tick there. We'll see if it results in anything else. Apple seeing some sellers. Qs are still holding steady. Google pressing, Amazon pressing, Meta pressing. A little bit more of a volume push coming in. This is your 0DTE lotto plays coming in late in the session. Apple, NVIDIA coming in. I'm seeing weakness across the whole QQQ complex coming in. Let's see if they pump it or let's see if they dump it. Apple's falling. NVIDIA, they're trying to bid up. Heavy volume on NVIDIA. Heavy volume in the Qs. I'm seeing Microsoft curling down. Meta's still strong. Amazon pushing. Google's still strong. Meta's still strong. Amazon strong. Microsoft, NVIDIA coming in. Apple seeing some late sell side pressure. Let's see if they want to take the Qs lower. Qs are just pinned here. A little bit more sell side pressure coming in. Apple coming down. Qs are actually holding on to positive gains at the moment. They are holding on to positive gains. MSOS going for a new high of day. So MSOS is still showing some signs of life. Nat gas just barely positive on the session. Seeing Microsoft big down candle now. Google's coming in. Meta's still strong. Amazon's still strong. Tesla's still strong. NVIDIA trying to find some buyers in this range. Final 8 minutes of trading, and they are facelifting NVIDIA a bit. Still seeing some sellers in Microsoft. Google's pumping, Meta's pumping. Volumes definitely increasing in this range. Still inside of a bearish breakdown bar. But you can see NVIDIA's trying to firm up here. Google's pushing, Meta going for new highs. QQQ big push there. Oil's getting another pop. Dixie's fading. Qs are still fighting this little resistance zone, but looking to potentially move higher here. Apple is getting more buyers. NVIDIA is still struggling, but trying to form a little bit of a low here. Final 6 minutes. Are they going to keep the Qs positive and the SPY positive? SPY's up by 70 cents, up 0.13%. Let's see if they hold the positive. Again, Qs dipped negative down here. SPY was also briefly negative. They are trying to hold it now, positive. All indices are trying to hold positive gains. Big time volatility in the range. There's a little bit of a breakdown. See if they want to flush this market late into the close. It could be setting up for that. NVIDIA breaking down a little bit more. Marijuana stocks continuing to fly. NVIDIA trying to be safe. Big dump there on Microsoft, guys. Big dump on Microsoft. Microsoft's falling precipitously here. Whoa. Surprised the Qs didn't get hit more there. That was a big dump on Microsoft. Look at the dump on Apple. They are looking like they're wanting to flush this into the close. Just be careful. NVIDIA is trying to bounce. And Microsoft, Apple still coming in. Final 4 minutes. Microsoft still looking heavy. Apple still coming in. Google Meta still strong. NVIDIA still struggling here. Yep, Apple too. MSOS is still pumping, guys. MSOS is still pumping. Lulu Palo Alto just can't get out of its own way. I mean, you look at that daily chart breakout that's occurring on MSOS, it's quite extraordinary. It's quite extraordinary. Nat Gas trying to still firm up and catch a little bit of a minor bid into the close here. Again, Microsoft and NVIDIA are negative on the session. Final minute of trading, guys. Final minute of trading. Again, it's been another good day here for us, guys. Another good day. So please definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord membership service. We entered several new trades today. Several new trades. So it's been QQQ closing a little bit positive here into the end of the bid, to the end of the close. Final 8 seconds here. We are seeing the Qs get a nice little pump up to the high side. Decent little pump on the Qs back to the high side. All right, that's a wrap, guys. Thank you all for tuning in again. Great session here. Anybody that took the trades, we banked tremendously. Everyone should have learned something. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. You know, take notes. Again, this is an epic scenario where we ended up getting caught in a little bit of a 0DTE put, just getting our theta crushed here, burned. And then all of a sudden we got that big dump to take us in the money. So it just shows you how timing is everything. Timing in this market is everything. Because again, we had the right trade idea of catching this big dump, but we executed it just too soon, which kind of negated our profits. But on that note, it was a success. It was another highly successful trading session. Members, stay tuned for the video analysis because there's lots to discuss. We issued several new trades today across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 3 new positions we entered today, members. So we'll start to see those potentially firm up and play a nice little role in our portfolio. So on that note, thank you all. Stay tuned for the daily analysis video, members, and we'll be sure to try to execute some more wins tomorrow. Everybody, have a fantastic day. Thank you all, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Joshua and Shu is asking me to say Habibi. Perfect. Thanks. It's common sense. Much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. All right, guys. Take care. We'll see you a bit later. Cheers.